Well, the rain won't go away, but the boys, they are going to come out to play. Defense Force versus Deportivo Point Fortin as the Ascension Tournament match week 11 gets set to kick off here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. It is rainy conditions. It has been quite rainy in Trinidad and Tobago for the past few days, and well, it continues. More rain expected until late tomorrow. 29 degrees, quite humid, but it is conditions that footballers always relish on the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. The ground has taken quite a beating last match week 10, of course, lots of rain. Taking a look at the standings, Terminix Rangers, they sit pretty on top, but they've got to watch out because Defense Force, who are in action today, they're just behind in 26 points, followed by Police on 21 and Deportivo Point Fortin on 20, so just 6 points separating the top of the table from fourth place. Colin Murray is alongside me as we get set for what is expected to be an exciting matchup. But let's talk about the bottom of the table, Moruga, who are going to be coming up against the league leaders, Terminix Rangers.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, as I say, good afternoon to you, James, and to everybody. It's going to be a tough encounter for Moruga. I don't expect anything from that. But this first game is going to be a really good game between Defense Force and Deportivo. When they first met in the first round, they drew 1-1. And I expect another very tight game. I think both teams are going to go for it. Deportivo, they have more to gain if they can get 3 points. As you rightly mentioned, they're just 6 points off the top. If they can get a victory here, it will really help the chances moving forward in this tournament. The thing is, we have seen a lot of rain, and you look around, it doesn't seem to be stopping immediately. So this field is going to be very heavy, and because of that, it makes for a good competition. And I think it evens off things because, you know, because it's going to be a heavy field, the passing has got to be good. The back passing, some of the back passes sometimes can be very dangerous. So it's going to be a very interesting encounter between Defense Force and Deportivo. Let's look at the field. When you look at it, it's holding up good, but I expect it to be very, very heavy conditions.
Maybe a red flag for the conditions expected ahead. Just a slight breeze across the ground as the precipitation continues. It's expected to continue for the remainder of the evening. Hasn't stopped the party here in La Horquetta, and much expected in this matchup. Point Fortin, of course, perhaps one of the more informed teams in the competition. They've gotten 4 wins in their last 5 matches, and their form certainly has been good in recent matches. They've also conceded perhaps one of the fewest amount of goals, just 8 in the competition so far.
Yeah, and it's pouring here with, you can see the rain here. It's really belting down at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. The thing with Deportivo, they're missing some key players, and it's a matter of, who is going to miss their key players more. Is it going to, and I honestly think Deportivo is going to miss their players a little bit more. I mean, you don't replace Marvin Phillip in goal that easy. I like Mark Ramdeen as well. He's been having a good tournament wide on the left. But, they're missing a few players, and it's going to be how well can they cope with those players that are not going to be playing tonight.
Well, speaking of that, of course, the big matchup, Andre Etienne is out for Point Fortin. Right. Brent Sam and his physicality in the air. He's been one of the top players, 7 goals in the competition for Brent Sam. He's very good in the air. Andrew Etienne provides that physicality for Point Fortin. He's going to be out tonight. Is that a hole that perhaps Defense Force can exploit, you think? Again,
I didn't mention him, but Etienne he's been a solid man at the back. He's a big presence. He's going to be missing. The thing with Brent Sam, he tends to come wide. So I'm not too sure how much of a threat he will pose in the middle of the defense of Deportivo. So, but Boatswain by himself, he's a real threat. He scores goals for fun. So it's going to be an interesting battle between the Defense Force forwards, Sam, Boatswain, and even Bertrand, and the makeup of that Deportivo defense. Probably Rondell Phillip is going to play as a centre back with Paul, Garcia, and Cornwall. And is it Cornwell? He will play Cornwall. He'll play wide, and probably just Pacheco and Garcia are going to sit in as defensive midfielders. So it's going to be a very interesting tactical game that Deportivo will have to play against the Defense Force. There as well, it's going to be a good tactical game, I think. And I suppose who gets the tactics right will eventually walk away winners. But listen, James, this can go either way, and even a draw, as they did in the first round.
Well, there's much talk about the ground conditions. 11 match weeks played here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Finally, some signs of wear and tear. Rainy conditions contributing to that. How will the ground conditions, you think, affect the quality of this match?
Well, it's going to be difficult. It's not. I don't expect to see a lot of short passing, because once that ground gets a little heavy, they're going to have to play the long balls. They're going to have to probably play it wide, create the space, and let the guys go down the sides, get the ball in to the strikers. So I don't expect to see a lot of short passing. Defense force tends to play the ball at the back a lot, and then they play that long ball over the top of the defenders for the striker or the wide men running onto it. And I expect to see a lot of that today. I don't expect to see a lot of midfield play because of the ground conditions. I expect both teams going to spread the ball wide, get those guys going up the sides of the field, and then probably try to get it over the top of the defense for the strikers, as I say, to run onto it. So it depends, it depends how heavy this ground gets if it continues raining like this.
All right, well, we had an opportunity to speak to the coaches of the teams, and we spoke with Deportivo's Selvon Francis. Defense Force coach Lloyd Andrews is with me. Your team's still unbeaten in the competition right now, but you're coming up against a red hot Point 14. They got 4 wins in their last 5 matches. What's the preparation like for this game?
Just like all the other games, we prepare to win, and no different today.
You're going to be missing some players. Kevin Goddard is missing. Also, Rion Moore on international duty. Does that affect the dynamics of your team in any way?
No, because we're not dependent on 1 or 2 men. We have a team.
And also looking at you, you've conceded the least goals in the tournament, 5 goals in the tournament. What do you think has contributed to that?
The defensive arrangement have created what I will call recovery runs as much as possible to help out the 4 defenders in the back. So that would have good goalkeeping also would have assisted us.
Also looking at Point 14, they're missing some players as well, but they have been in good form. What do you make of their new form, and does that concern you in any way in your preparation?
Well, they have been improving from day one, and that is something that we took into consideration in our preparation to come out on top this evening.
All right, well, we hope that you keep that smile at the end of the match, and good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'm here at Point 14, Coach Selvon Francis. You're in a bit of form now. 4 wins in your last 5 matches. You're coming up against Defense Force. They are unbeaten. That makes a good contest.
Yeah, very good contest. I expect it to be a very tactical game, and you will see who bring it home in the end.
What are the keys to getting a positive performance in this match, you think, for Point 14?
Well, what we have to do is continue to keep the ball. We want to keep building on the last game we had. We keep finding a little form. We want to keep possessing the ball more, managing the game a little better, and when the opponents come, take the opportunity.
Both Defense Force and Point 14, you've conceded the least goals in the tournament. What kind of match can we expect in this contest?
Well, I hope it doesn't be a boring match for the fans, you know what I mean? But we intend to come out firing, so I could only talk for my team. We intend to come out firing.
You're missing some players as well, national duty, most notably Etienne and Marvin Phillip at the back. How does that affect your team?
Well, Etienne is on big shoes to fill, but I think we have enough cover. We have cover, and only at the end of the game I would know if we miss him. But all for now, I think we have enough cover for that.
Well, we look forward to an exciting game. Thank you very much, Coach.
All right.
Well, there we heard from the 2 coaches. Very interesting. Defense Force coach talking about a tactical battle and missing the players. But, both teams seem very confident going out here today. And we should expect a very exciting game. Let's take a break. And when we come back, it's going to be live action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground.
Well, evasive actions being taken by our cameraman, Mark Lorignad. Hard-working chap. And, well, tell you what, they're going to be sheltered up all day today because rain expected until the late evening here in La Horquetta. Welcome back to the Ascension Tournament, match week 11. Defense Force getting ready to take on Deportivo Point Fortin. In just a minute, we will introduce the team lineups as we see them come out as well.
Yeah,
what conditions?
The thing is, James, the rain just it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime. This rain is going to go on for a little while, and it's going to change these conditions. We talk about a heavy field, and you mentioned about the wear and tear. Here are the officials coming out with the teams, but if this rain persists, this ground is going to be very, very heavy.
Crystal Sobers will lead a contingent of referees, and at her far left, the first female official in this Ascension Tournament, Melissa Aguilera. Sobers, of course, a very experienced official, 33 years old, the former right back for Bishop Anstey High School. And Melissa Aguilera, to your far left, the sister of former West Indies captain Marissa Aguilera. She is the first assistant female referee in the Ascension Tournament. Houghton Hector, captain of Deportivo Point Fortin, will lead his charges to do the pleasantries, meeting up with Curtis Gonzalez and the rest of the Defense Force. Brent Sam, much expected from him, 7 goals in the competition. He will be expected to shoulder much of the burden of attack for Defense Force. Together with Jamil Boatswain, they've contributed 17 goals between them, the pair.
I was going to make the point as well, James. The winner of this game is who adjusts to this outfield in terms of who adjusts in just the bounce of the ball, how the ball is going to skid through. That is going to be very, very important. And who adjusts better will be victorious. Let's have a look at the team list.
Well, Terrence Lewis will be in goal, replacing Marvin Phillip, who is away on international duty. No Andre Etienne in defense. His place will be occupied by Rondell Phillip. And in attack, Omri Baird, perhaps scoring one of the goals of the tournament. He's back in the lineup together with Ezekiel Kisa. And of course, another player missing due to international duties. So 3 players in total missing for Deportivo Point Fortin. Selvon Francis is the coach.
Actually, I'm seeing Mark Ramdeen there. He's on the bench. So I'm surprised. I thought he wasn't on the team at all.
Well, Ramdeen has been relegated to the bench these days. Christopher Biggett in goal for Defense Force, and he will lead a Defense Force team. Still very strong despite the absence of their 7-goal scorer, Rian Moore, also away on international duty. Kevin Goddard is missing. Kasim Keller gets a surprise place in midfield, replacing the likes of Hashim Asir, who's been relegated to the bench. Justin Sadu was recently called up for national duty. He is back with the squad, while Shaquille Bertrand will also fill in attack. Brent Sam will lead the attack. Lloyd Andrews, coach of the Defense Force.
So it's just about getting ready for action here. This should be a very good game. Very entertaining game, I think. But the conditions, that is going to play a major factor. Who settles down on these conditions better may very well come out victorious.
Well, that's the competition's leading goal scorer, Jamil Boatswain. 10 goals in the competition. Just one more than Kevin Showtime Woodley. Well, he's got big gloves to fill. Terrence Lewis, the former St. Benedict's man, replacing national goalkeeper Marvin Phillip. And Crystal Sobers says it's time to play on the wet conditions at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Defense Force versus Deportivo Point Fortin. Well, Isaiah Phillip has lost it in a bad area here. And, well, he's done well to recover.
Can't give away the ball in that kind of area, not in your defensive third. You're asking for trouble. Lucky he got away with it.
Again, the wet conditions, and he gives away possession. Unfortunately for him, the final touch came off of Brent Sam. Garcia. And again, another sloppy pass.
Yeah, they're going to try and play these short passes. You've just got to get that ball down. Get it away as fast as possible from your defensive third. Hit it long. Let your strikers run onto it. Just as Defense Force is doing now.
In search of Boatswain, can't control it. Puffed away by Paul. Here's Garcia. No handball spotted as Justin Sad, who tries to get forward.
Expect we're going to see a lot of those tackles today, James. Sliding tackles across this outfield. It's going to be really wet conditions here, heavy conditions, and you're going to see a lot of sliding tackles.
Oh, that's a good ball in, looking for Houghton Hector. Just too long for him, but Isaiah Hudson can keep it alive, and the first shot of the match whiskers away from the far post, and well, just like that, he struck, couldn't hit the target.
And he should have hit the target. I mean, he was in acres of space. He was on his favored left foot. The goalkeeper was out of position. There was no pressure on him. He should have hit the target. Look at it, James. He should have gone. He went for the far post, but he just hooked it a little too wide. He should have put that into the back of the net.
Well, that's a man who certainly knows how to find the net, Isaiah Hudson. Not on that occasion. And, well, this time, too long for him, kept alive by Cornwall. It's going to take Jules Lee for a run. Pacheco looking for Hudson, well cut out in the end. Hector, Hudson is in. Space if he can keep it in. And his first time effort is easily picked out.
Deportivo, they've started well. Certainly now the offside flag goes up. But they've started very, very well and looking to take the game to defense force. And I like the style so far of Deportivo. They're not intimidated by this team that is unbeaten in the defense force.
Well, here's Jamali Garcia getting a start in place of his namesake, Justin Garcia. It's a big change in defense to defense force. As Cooper loses possession, but does win a throw. So lots of changes for both teams. Spoke with the coaches earlier, not expecting that the tactical style of play would change very much. That's left to be seen.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of them fitting certain players into the system. And once you do that, then you shouldn't really worry too much about a tactical change.
Well, he's got the attention of Sadu, but he's done well to get past it. Did catch him in the end, Jules Lee. And no whistle, as Crystal Sobers says it's a goal kick. Well, he's going to have a different feeling about that, I can tell you that much. Omri Baird did score one of the goals of match week 10. And, well, right foot produced some magic last week. This time it's in pain.
It appeared to me, James, the trailing leg just caught Baird as he was going past. And thankfully he's up and running around, so he's all right.
Felix looking for Boatswain, who gets Brent Sam going. He can get past Garcia. Not particularly well cleared. It's kept alive by Cooper. And again, sluggish conditions, and it's away with Baird. A bit slow. Won by Gonzalez. Well cut out Cornwall. Oh, they'll battle for this one here. And, well, he's new player in defense for Deportivo gets his first touch.
It's a bit of pushing on Boatswain.
But he's got a big role today. No Andre Etienne paired alongside him in defense. Rondell Paul still alive here. Pacheco to come away with it. Well, not quite sure he intended to do what he did. He's fortunate to get away with it. There have been some big changes in both these defenses. No Justin Garcia for defense force, he's been a mainstay. No Andre Etienne for Point Fortin. I'm sure that the new pairings will be tested. Oh, yes, Bertrand. He's found some space for himself here. He can get a good service in. Well cut out in the end by Paul.
He's won a corner, which is excellent. Good run up the right side by Bertrand. Just thought he should have got it a bit airborne. But again, the conditions here, James, because it's so wet, once that ball is skidding across this field, it can make the defenders' lives very, very difficult.
Sadu is going to look for one of 6 yellow shirts inside the area.
It's a good corner.
Well, does get a hand, Lewis, but has he done enough? Well, it flashes wide. And, well, they came as close to scoring the opening goal of the match as has been for the team in yellow.
He should have hit the target. Thought it was easier to hit the target than send it wide. I don't know if he was looking for placement more than anything else, but he should have just hit it. Let's have a look. He should have hit the target. No one was around him, wasn't tackled, and he had all the time in the world.
Might argue he's a centre back.
Well, I
suppose
suppose
expected to always hit the target.
I suppose so. If you're a centre back, you're more or less looking to hit it over the bar, don't you? But he should have hit the target. Really, he was in total control.
Well, they're linking up well to Hudson. Tries to get Hector going, a bit too straight, all the way through to Bigot. Well, Brent Sam will test Isaiah Garcia's aerial prowess. To succeed in winning a throw for his team.
Both teams trying to play good football in these conditions, and you've got to give them credit because it's difficult.
Felix stretching the point forward in defense.
That's a good
Picks out
ball.
Bertrand. Oh, that's a good touch. Well defended though by Cornwall. Oh, that clearance is not a good clearance, and Brent Sam could be in here. Well, Isaiah Garcia, he's not 9-1-1, but he came to the rescue.
Good defending, absolutely good defending. Sam did well. He took that ball, he took it and controlled it and turned with it, and Garcia did well, did very, very well.
Chance still open. Oh, and that's a good save, Terence Lewis. And I think that might just have lost his footing there, Boatswain, as he looked for the rebound.
I thought that was a brilliant save, absolutely brilliant. Is this team's, are they missing Marvin Phillip? Because that was an absolute cracker. It was a brilliant shot and an even better save. What was good about it, you talked about Boatswain in terms of losing his footing, but I thought when Lois went to his left, he actually punched it away from Boatswain.
Well, he is highly rated though, Terence Lewis. Number 2 for Marvin Phillip in goal for Deportivo Point Fortin. Former St. Benedict College goalkeeper.
If possible, I'd love to have a look at that save again. It was absolutely brilliant. What I liked about it is when he dived, he actually punched it. He didn't try to push it, he punched it.
Well, Hudson could be in, flag stays down, but too long for him in the end. And well, that's what wet surfaces do. They slip, and it's difficult to catch. We're inside the first 10 minutes, and it's 10 minutes that has failed to produce a goal here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground between second place Defence Force and fourth place Deportivo. Well, the good news, Colin Murray, the rain has eased up.
That's the up. Actually, and it's some clear. When you look to the right, the skies are a little bit clear now, so that's good.
Well, Cornwall really loses an individual battle. Did well yet again. Hudson on the other end, he manages to keep possession. Here's Nathaniel Garcia. And the intended pass to Garcia is deflected.
Should have done better. Should have done better, Keith. Should have got that ball down that line. But I like the approach so far from Deportivo. They're moving forward nicely. They're using the width of the field, and they're finding the players. This hasn't been a bad start from them.
Has space to swing one in here, and too close to Bigot, and well, too far from the goal. So a goal kick. Was called up for the Trinidad and Tobago national team training squad, Isaiah Garcia. Didn't make it to the Nations League final squad, but he did impress Coach Angus Eve enough to be called up.
This is Gonzalez. Tends to play these long balls up forward, looking for Boatswain.
But he's done well, and it's gone against him. It's not a happy expression from Hudson Charles that we saw there.
I was just about to say that. He's and I'm not surprised because Deportivo, they're taking the game to defense force. I think it's been a really good start from them.
Will be a Deportivo throw. Point Fortin have certainly been one of the most informed teams in the recent games. 4 wins on the trot for the men from the Southwestern Peninsula. Well, this is well cleared by Cooper. The team certainly have struggled connecting the dots in the slippery surface.
Boatswain tends to barge himself through, doesn't he? He's a bully, and you know, he just never relents. He's just going after the ball, and he's a big guy, Boatswain, and it's not easy to shake him off the ball. And he just was pushed in the end to get the foul.
Lee with a chance to swing one in, can't get it past Pacheco. Does fall kindly for Brent Sam though. Versus Garcia, he's gotten the step on him, and Paul comes to the rescue. A corner.
No doubt thinking maybe Sadu would be going to take it, but it seems to be Felix is going to take the corner for defense force. Probably looking for the big man in that middle, Sam.
Well, keep your eye on that left side battle between Sam and Garcia. Should be an interesting watch. Can he find a yellow shirt? It's away by Paul. Felt inviting in the area for a second. But here's one man that can be dangerous on the other end. Houghton Hector had his pocket picked though. Felix. Space to swing one in. And unconventional to say the least, but it was effective and was fouled in the process.
What is good about this defense force team, James, they tend to soak up some pressure, but when they get the ball, they maneuver it well. They move it left to right. You see Lee getting into the play. You see Felix on that side getting into the play, and then you got Bertrand going up the right side and Sam going up the left side. So they once they get possession, they are a very, very dangerous team.
Well, certainly in command, Crystal Sobers.
She's a good referee, isn't she? Been very impressed with her over the years.
She was the second highest rated CONCACAF referee in 2021, Crystal Sobers.
Somebody's getting a yellow card.
And she's never afraid to dish out the punishment for naughty behavior.
It looks to be, It looks to be Felix who's got that yellow card.
Sobers, of course, did start her career. She was part of the national under-20 squad a couple of years ago, played as a right back. That squad included the likes of current national captain Karen and Kamika Forbes. So she did play the game herself, Sobers, before a newspaper advertisement changed her mind and she decided to become an official.
She looks like a tough type of right back.
Well, here's Hector's service, and Hudson tries to keep it alive, wins the throw. Trying to pile on pressure now is Cornwall. easily cut out. Can Hudson keep it alive? It's Cornwall. And
corner.
some defensive duties there. Shows that it goes out for a corner. It's always good to see your attackers putting in a defensive shift. And those gentlemen, they've traveled a mighty long way. Members of the Moruga technical staff. They're coming up next against the league leaders, Terminix Rangers. It's Houghton Hector. Can he make something happen for Point Fortin?
It's a good corner.
But it's still alive here. They're going to scramble for this one, and the acrobatic clearance gets it only as far as Kisa. Maybe from distance. Well, just missed his mark, didn't he? But he had the right idea.
And just couldn't get it on target. So there is confirmation of the yellow card. Jelani Felix getting the yellow card.
Well, it's a rugged affair in the middle of the park. Houghton Hector dances his way through the yellow shirts. Hudson been pretty involved on the left side as he peels away now to create an offensive opportunity.
But what a good turn from Hudson. He had Lee all beaten. Beautiful turn.
Well, he knew exactly what the game plan was, and he took no chances. Ronald Paul.
The defenses of both teams so far have been pretty good. Would you like to be saving there, James?
Was always a pretty boy. Never liked getting dirty. Well, his white shirt tells a different story, though. I'm not sure it's white anymore. Can Bertrand get involved? Pass is cut out.
And you did say that both these defenses have conceded the least amount of goals in the tournament, and it's showing. I think both defenses are playing pretty good at the moment.
Felix finds Brent Sam in space. Hasn't been very involved so far in this match. That can change in the blink of an eye. They've seen that before.
What has been good with both, especially with Deportivo, if you notice, they're not allowing the cross balls to come. They're closing down Bertrand and Sam very quickly. Once they try to get that ball across, both defenses are closing them down, and which is great, because you don't want that ball to be coming across that 6-yard box.
Hector is muscled out of possession, and defense force will charge forward in numbers. Cooper, it's a good challenge. Pacheco, well, his pass is cut out. He's just been trading passes as Brent Sam bursts forward, trying to find his attacking partner. But you did mention short passing would have been difficult in these conditions.
And it's showing, isn't it? Use the width of the field as Bertrand is doing.
Looking for options here. Cooper, muscled out of it by Philip. Garcia dances his way out of trouble, trying to get Hector involved. Well, it's been quite scrappy to say the least as Omri Baird pass is cut out.
Hector was making a good run going down that right side. Had he found Hector, he could have posed a real problem for defense force. But that's excellent from Bertrand. Absolutely brilliant.
All the yellow shirts keep it alive, trying to carve open some spaces in the Point Fortin defense. Lee gets Cooper, gets Bertrand involved. Oh, he's gone past Cornwall. It's not often that you see that. Can he carve something open here? Well, how did he miss from there, Brent Sam? We've seen him put in the back of the net 7 times in the competition. He just felt that that might have been one of them.
give Garcia credit though. He closed him down quickly and he went with him because that was important. Bertrand did fabulously. He got around the man. Look at that ball. That's a brilliant ball. But look at Garcia getting in front of Sam and ensuring that Sam didn't have a clear shot on goal. He certainly saved the goal there, Garcia. Excellent defending by him.
Well, Lewis gets in on the footy act. He's quite comfortable on his feet, the former St. Benedict's man.
That's a foul.
Bit of over exuberance there from Keller. But we haven't seen much goal mouth action in this contest so far.
Probably, you look at that last one with Sam, you would have to say it's probably one of the best chances. But having said that, the defending of Garcia was really fabulous. He got in front of Sam. Had he not got in front of Sam, that would have been 1-0 for Defence Force, no doubt.
Oh, that's clever. Got past Garcia with some ease. Can he get Bertrand going? Oh, Cornwall resolved not to be beaten twice.
But again, we see Defence Force, James, going wide. Bertrand is actually hugging the line and using the width, and they're using the width of the field, which is excellent. And they've got to pay a little closer attention to Bertrand, because if he continues to go up that right side, get the ball over, sooner or later Defence Force is going to take the lead.
Well, Point Fortin have struggled getting Houghton Hector involved in the match. He was the man of the match in their last fixture when they took on Kunupia FC. This time he struggled to get any kind of space. Sadu. Gonzalez. And, well, this time, Butcher not receiving the signal. But it's a good time to say hello to everybody locked on across the region on Sportsmax, via our Sportsmax app, and, of course, on YouTube. Welcome to Trinidad and Tobago, the Ascension Tournament. Deportivo Point Fortin against the Defence Force.
One of the bigger games. You're talking second playing, what, 4?
Well, Jules Lee lucky to escape there as Sadu tries to get it forward. Cooper swung some space, maybe a shot here.
Should have shot. He had the opportunity, just one touch too much.
Looking for Botswain. Rondell Paul keeps it out. They'll try again to Brent Sam.
He's having a real time with Garcia, isn't he?
Felix, and well, from Garcia, a bit more than he can handle. It's almost like you're looking at a chess match, Colin Murray.
Yeah. And Deportivo, they're holding their own. You know, they're defending well. I think you just made an interesting point. They need to get Houghton Hector into this game a little bit more. He's been roaming really. He's been coming on the left. He's gone over on the right. They just need to get these balls up over the top for him to run onto.
Oh, we spoke about the form of Deportivo. 4 wins in their last 5. Defence Force, though, they're yet to be beaten in the competition. They've registered 3 points in their last 6 matches. Currently tied on points at least with Terminix Rangers. However, the points gap at the top of the table, it's very small between 4th and first. Just 6 points separating Point Fortin from the top.
This is what I'm saying. If Deportivo gets 3 points tonight, they're very much in the picture.
Hudson would try to contribute with that. Not with passes like that, though. Houghton Hector. Hudson. Some space now for Baird. And too long for Hudson. Still keeps it alive, though. Maybe Houghton Hector. Maybe Kisa. Oh, too high. Certainly had all rights to shoot. Needed more accuracy though.
Yeah, he never got over the ball. If you look at him, he was sort of... He went for placement, it seems to me, more than anything else. But he was always leaning back. And once you're going to be leaning back, there's only one way that ball is going to go. High and not so handsome.
Sam trying to be clever. His pass well read. Just wrestle back, trying to win possession. When he falls into the hands of Philip.
Got to do better with the pass in Deportivo.
Well, he has looked quite comfortable. Jamali Garcia in defense for Defense Force, replacing, of course, his namesake Justin Garcia, who's out injured.
Seems everybody in football now in Trinidad and Tobago is called Garcia.
Oh, lots of Garcias. We've got 1 in point 4, 2 in point 14 at the moment.
Levi Garcia scored today, Trinidad and Tobago winning 2-0 against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Levi Garcia scoring 1.
Well, has to be careful here. And Paul tried to be adventurous. He got away with it, Ronald Paul. And
it's a tough.
Well, that's an adventurous tackle, to say the least.
I think again, I thought he was just clipped. He played the ball, but he just on the follow through just clipped the ankle of who's that? Is that Cornwall? He just clipped the ankle of Cornwall. Let's have a look at it. He just clipped the ankle of him, of Cornwall. That's never easy, but he got the ball. So I suppose he got the ball, but in the follow through, once you're sliding those kind of tackles in, James, you're gonna touch the player. Is the assistant coach? Yeah, he's not impressed with that tackle, but he got the ball. Definitely got the ball. Is he Bertrand? The real fighter, isn't he?
Loving the battle. Just think that the wide attackers might be the key to the game for Defense Force, both Bertrand and Brent Sam. Well, the good news is Cornwall is back on his feet, just out of your shot. And all on the bench for point 14 are going to be happy about that. There he is. Looks brand new.
Haven't seen Pacheco much in the game because of course, not very much midfield play. Talking about Pacheco not being in the game.
Oh, what a way to make an entrance. The 37-year-old Andrew Pacheco, secondary school's football winner with Princess Dong Secondary in 2002. And that's too long for Bertrand. It's a goal kick.
Just hit a little too straight. Remember, Bertrand is hugging the line. So once you play in those balls over the top, you gotta get it wider so he can run onto it. I was hitting far too straight. And on this field, once that ball hits, it's gonna skid off.
Well, the weather certainly has held up well. Certainly a stark contrast to what we witnessed on kickoff. And well, for the sake of the fans, you'll be hoping that it continues like this for the rest of the evening. The weather report says otherwise.
And with the home team playing later, it should have a good crowd.
No foul as plays allowed to continue. It's with Jamil Cooper. And maybe now, Terrence Lewis says no.
Absolutely good keeping. He came off his line quickly. He read the danger and did so well. There he is, Terrence Lewis.
30-minute mark comes up and still goalless between second place Defense Force against Deportivo Point 14. Ascension Tournament, match week 11. 3 points will be on the mind of both these teams as Deportivo look to close the gap on the leaders. Defense Force, on the other hand, hope to get the jump on the Terminix Rangers. And here's a chance opening up now, and Terrence Lewis has been called into action. And well, certainly check the box in terms of being reliable. What a save that was.
Yeah, Sadu just couldn't get the ball. It was under his feet, basically. and he just couldn't push that ball forward to get the shot away. So he actually took that shot with the ball sort of just on his, look at it. Yeah, look at it. It's sort of under his feet, that ball. Couldn't get the power in the shot. He went for placement. Watch it, watch it. He went for the placement. And in the end, it was another good save from Lewis. He's made about 2 or 3 very good saves.
Has to be alert again here. This time Garcia gets involved. He takes a knock as well. Will be a foul against defense force. Well, how many times have we seen Garcia being called into action?
He's having a great night though.
Painful one as well.
He's defended so very well. To me, he's well. Is that Gonzalez getting a card?
Keller.
Oh, Keller?
Might have been the one that has been carded.
Yeah, Keller. It looks like Keller, yeah.
Replacing Kevon Goddard, who's on international duty, and well, it's already gone into the bad books of Crystal Sobers.
That's the second defense force player booked, so they've got to be careful.
So
because Felix was booked earlier, now Keller. And in these conditions, James, if you're just slightly late with a tackle, you know, you can find yourselves in the getting a card from the referee. It's clearing up nicely, but I'm a little ominous cloud there though, James, just over that tree.
Cumulus nimbus.
When you start to talk Greek to me, I'm not too sure.
Learned that in geography, and well, the geography at the moment there, it looks quite patchy.
Geography was never one of my favorites, I must admit. I like to travel the world, but in terms of learning the geography of the world, I'm not too keen on that.
Mr. Williams certainly was one of my favorite teachers. That's perhaps why I learned.
Miss Williams? Okay, I hear you.
Well, here's point 14 now to Omri Baird. Well cut out. Kept alive. Hudson. Garcia goes forward. And maybe now for point 14. And, well, Gonzalez was alert. Gave away a corner though. Isaiah Garcia certainly showing no ill effects of a last challenge that we saw him.
He's a tough guy, is Garcia. But interestingly, a corner for Deportivo, they've got to make use of these set pieces when they get it.
Well, here's his older cousin, Nathaniel Garcia. Can he find some joy for point 14? Oh, bounced around, but fell kindly for the defending team. Philip gets it back in the area. Still no goals in this contest as 35 minutes rolls around. Maybe this man, Houghton Hector, can change that. This is Jules Lee. A chance here, and Nathaniel Garcia's younger brother Levi scored earlier for Trinidad and Tobago, and he came within a whisker of doing the same for point 14.
And James, that's the point I was making a little earlier. Get Hector into the game. Let him go wide, get the ball through to him, and he will create something. He sent it inside, and then the shot came. Unfortunately, was just off target. But they've got to get Hector, get him wide, get the balls going through to him so he can run onto it. Once he does that, he's going to create problems.
Well, Pacheco failed to find Hector on that occasion. It's Gonzalez.
Tends to like the middle though, Hector, but every time he makes the run, he tends to go wide. And once he goes wide, if they find him, he's going to create the problems, as I mentioned to you. Here's Sam though, talking about problems. But Garcia, that's a real great battle on that side between Garcia and Sam. You know, if I was the coach, I would just give Sam a breather, switch him. You know, let him come on the right side. Let Bertrand go on the left side. Just give him a little breather away from Garcia, because Garcia is not giving him a chance to breathe.
Certainly can play through the middle as well, Brent Sam. And, well, he's appealing and falls on deaf ears as Hector gets it away for point 14. Well, they're piling bodies forward now. And illegally taken out there was Omri Baird.
Another yellow card. Not sure who got that one.
In fact, Hector was the man.
Yeah, it was Hector brought down. He's a danger man, and defense force knows it. But Crystal Sobers has given him another yellow card, so that's the third one going into the book. I'm not sure who it was got that yellow card. Could be Gonzalez, is it? Or maybe Jamali Garcia. We'll get that confirmation in a while.
Well, she's certainly not shy to dish out the disciplinary measures, Crystal Sobers. For Point 14, though, they have a chance to knock on the door of defense force. Hector, and that's well dealt with by Bigot.
That's good keeping.
There's Botsween. Chance could open up here. Well intercepted in the end by Terrence Lewis.
Well, the bad news is that it's starting to drizzle again. That what sort of cloud you called it, James?
Cumulus nimbus.
Right, it seems to have come right over the ground now.
Learned a thing or two. It's sitting next to quite a few weathercasters in my time in local television.
And I can, yeah. There it is, cumulus nimbus. James, all over.
Oh, you almost got the pronunciation.
All over here at La Horquetta.
Well, you can simplify that. Simply say a thunderhead. Or rain cloud.
A rain cloud, okay.
There you go.
I think that's easier for me. A rain cloud.
Certainly want to stay clear of one of those if you're in an aircraft.
Actually, Colin Croft was. I've done commentary with him, and of course, him being a pilot, he knew every single cloud, the name of every single cloud. I just knew it was grey and white.
Well, certainly no black and white affair between who is the better team at the moment. It's pretty even. Still goalless. As Hector tries to change that, but not even he could get his magical right boot to obey him that time. It's one thing, they've got options. Shaquille Henry among them, Mark Ramdeen as well. Well, he's been displaced by Kisa in the squad.
Yeah, I would think both of them would be involved sometime in this game because they're both good attacking players, and they can very well, when they come on with fresh legs, put the defense force defenders under some pressure.
Jordan Riley, another name that is on the bench. Secondary school football fans are doing quite well. Former Naparima man.
Actually, presentation. Yeah,
that's right.
Presentation. Because I remember doing a lot of games with him, taking the penalties, taking the corners, always coming wide on the right side. He was a really tremendous player at secondary schools level.
Just about 5 minutes remaining in the first half. It's been pretty uneventful. The score is still goalless.
Well, I think at the end of it, James, the defenses have been on top. I think both defenses have been very tight. They're reading the play well, and both goalkeepers have been good too. Whatever they've had to do, they've done it well.
It's Kisa switching across to the left. Oh, that's a bad pass, and don't want to give it away to Sadu.
It's a good tackle, but
he's fouled him, and that might just have been the trailing leg. Did seem to get the ball first, and he's a bit bemused at the moment. Crystal Sobers looks quite certain. Wow. There we go. That's confidence for you.
Yeah. I was about to say she looks very stern, not the type of individual you'll want to get on the wrong side.
Well, defense force will be happy though. They have a chance to perhaps make some inroads, use their height advantage. They've got the likes of Botsween and Brent Sam in there. He's got to be alert.
Jamali Garcia is there as well, isn't he?
They've got 8 yellow shirts in the area. Can he find one of them? Does find one of them, and Terrence Lewis safe in the end.
He was well positioned. It's that long ball looking for Hector. You've got to be wary of Hector. But double teaming him.
Well, that eruption that you just heard, that's a protest coming from the bench, as Karen Dorner and company feel like ball should be in the direction of the team in yellow.
And I think Crystal Sobers has corrected that.
Oh, she's changed her mind.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that much in this game.
Even though we've had no goals, it's been a pretty good game, I think. You know, you look at both teams, they're looking to attack, trying to take the game to the opponents, but both defenses, I think, have been really good.
Well, here's Cooper to test that. Oh, he's gone past Garcia, he's gone to ground, and, well, he's pointed to the spot.
Yes, it's in the area.
It's a penalty. Brent Sam has been clinical from the spot in this competition, and, well, they've just gifted him an opportunity to put Defence Force ahead.
Brilliant ball, excellent run, and the defender, he couldn't pull out of the tackle. He should have, but he couldn't pull out. I think he was, at the moment, he had already committed himself, and once the Defence Force player had gone, he couldn't do anything. He had already committed himself, and he had to bring him down.
Well, the number on his shorts is the number of goals he will go on if he converts this penalty, Brent Sam. He's been lethal from 11 yards in this competition. Can he do it again?
Very cool, very calm when he takes the penalties.
So here is Brent Sam to give his team a foot in the door in this contest.
Where's he going to go, James? To the keeper's right or the keeper's left? You're a goalkeeper, come on!
Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm thinking he's going to go to his right. I've seen him kick a couple penalties. Now, he's good either side. I think he's going to go to the keeper's right. Brent Sam.
Tension building. Brent Sam settles himself. Terrence Lewis guessing the wrong way, and Defence Force 2 minutes away from half-time have given themselves a 1-0 lead over Deportivo Point Fortin.
What a good penalty though. That was a brilliant penalty from Brent Sam. Absolutely good penalty. He went straight into the corner. The keeper went one way. I would have done the same as Terrence Lewis, and it would have ended up in the back of the net. But a really good penalty. This is about what? The third penalty he's taken, James, that we've seen, and he's been very clinical. Excellent. Let's have a look at him.
Well, you can put a roadblock in his way. Nothing seems to stop him when he stands from that distance. And that is goal number 8 for Brent Sam, as he takes hold of the third highest scoring title in the competition. Or maybe more for the team in yellow.
Well,
cut out.
I think the best thing for Deportivo is to get inside quickly. Don't concede another goal, because Defence Force now, they're rampant.
Well, Bertrand this time couldn't get around Cornwall. Is there to be a response from Deportivo Point Fortin?
I just think they've got to hold out. They don't want to go 2-0 down. You know, they go 1-0 down, they're in the game, make some tactical changes at halftime, maybe a switch or two of a player, and they're back in the game. But if they concede another goal before halftime, it could be created problems. I think
Crystal Sobers had enough.
Yeah.
As halftime has come just in the nick of time for the Defence Force, and it's that man, Brent Sam, who will wear the biggest smile on his face as he has put Defence Force 1-0 in front against Deportivo Point Fortin. We take a pause and we come back with our first half highlights. stats.
Short break.
Recap.
2.5 times.
Candy, we already run down, right? So highlights and then the
comments, short match week.
Match week 10 recap,
Right.
is it?
Yes.
How are we going?
Match week 10 highlights. So first half highlights, first half stats, and then through to match week 10, right? Okay.
Hi, Crystal. If you have any hot water, thank you. Love you.
I don't want hot water.
Love you. yeah, I'm Kerry. It's just the Friday highlights. Last Friday. Okay. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, it's saying that week 10 Friday highlights.
So that'll be
So first half stats, comments, and then through to match week 10 Friday highlights, which is Police Deportivo, right? Is that it? No? Well, you see our... all right, cool. I looking at this.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask me to use this.
Who is it? Police Deportivo?
I think that's mislabeled on the rundown. It's Well, not even Picasso could paint a beautiful picture than the one we're seeing here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. And for Defence Force, it's even more beautiful as they lead Deportivo Point Fortin by 1-0. All right, let's rewind the clock, look back at the last 45 minutes, and one that Defence Force huffed and they puffed, and early chances flashing wide. Jelani Felix, well, he took his man out to dry.
Yeah, but he should have hit the target there, James, and I think we spoke about that.
And then this chance forced a big save from Terence Lewis. On the opposite end, Nathaniel Garcia, well, he felt the wrath of Gonzalez. And Isaiah Phillip, well, the favor was repaid. And well, went into the naughty corner for that one. Crystal Silvers unafraid to dish out the discipline. And then Beltran, maybe one of the better chances, well cut out by Garcia.
Excellent defending.
And Point Fortin huffed and they puffed. Kisa couldn't find the target. And then Sadu brought the best out of Terence Lewis.
So that was another good save. As I said, didn't get the power as he would have liked, but
well, Garcia certainly took some tumbles, and the Cards did not fumble as they came out of the pack. And even Houghton Hector had an X on his back. Well, they tussled and they tussled, and then this happened. Hooper went down, and well, you don't expect Brent Sam to miss some 11 yards as he put the Defence Force 1-0 in front.
He really takes some really excellent penalties. He seems so cool, calm under the pressure. And look at that, right into the corner. Even if he had gone the right way, I don't even know if he would have got there, James.
So 1-0 at halftime. Defence Force going into the break, courtesy a goal from that man, Brent Sam. 1-0 at halftime. Well, you saw the pictures. It's time to take a look at the numbers now as we check out the first half statistics. And well, it's pretty even, Colin Murray.
Yeah, very much even. 6 shots to 7 shots on target, 3 Defence Force, 1 to Deportivo. And you look at that, 3 yellow cards, however, to Defence Force. So they've got to be careful in the second half. They don't want to go down to 10 men. They've got to manage the game properly in the They've got to manage the game properly in the second half. But so far, Defence Force, they're holding their own.
Well, we're in the now. Let's take a look back at the past, the last Friday in particular. Match week 10 certainly played out some exciting football here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Let's take a look back at some of those. And Canupia FC faced off against Deportivo. A match that promised so much, 4th versus 5th. And Andre Etienne missing today, but he created the first chance for Houghton Hector, and he put it away to give Deportivo a 1-0 lead. And then later it was the turn of Isaiah Hudson, and well, he doesn't miss from that close. 2-0 for Deportivo. And perhaps the goal of the match and one of the goal of the tournament coming from Omri Baird. What a shot that was in the 28th minute. More goals came in the second half. Houghton Hector, not just provider, but getting his second goal of the evening. Canupia, they did huff, but they couldn't blow them down, and Point Fortin continued to charge forward. Had to be stopped illegally. Andre Pacheco, well, he showed that he's not just a provider, he's a finisher as well. He scored goal number 5 for Deportivo. And Ezekiel Kesa, he got a look in the starting lineup and showed exactly why he's there to score goals. Nothing that man could do. Well, they did pull back one back, Kwesi Allen for Canupia FC, but it was too little too late as they went down by 6 goals to 1.
It's not easy scoring 6 goals against David, isn't it?
Terminix Rangers, they faced up against Central FC. This was always going to be David versus Goliath, especially when your left back Ross Jr. gets forward. But it's Kwame Hague, the defender, who got the final touch. Not even Panadol could take away that headache. 1-0. But look at that, Cristiano Ronaldo style from Leandro da Costa. And look at the celebration. Yep, that's the Portuguese in print. 1-1. And it certainly was a match that showed more than it really was in the end. 50th minute is when they really sped away Kadeem Corbin getting the go-ahead. And look at this one. Time to pull his pants up. And well, pin the donkey's tail. Kadeem Corbin, he made it 3-1. That really sucked the win out of Central FC. And then the Trini Ronaldinho, Atula Guerra, was 1. He made it 4. Certainly makes everything look easy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he took it comfortably.
And then Ike Andrews, well, the wall not doing its job, and he did his. He made it 5-1. And look at Guerra. Took his man out at dance party, and then he made the goalkeeper disappear with his magic. And that was 6-1.
Another 6-1. Lots of goals, James. Lots and lots of goals.
Well, we spoke about the one. Here it is. Romario Burke. Was really consolation in the end for Central FC. In fact, 6-2.
6-2, yes, sorry. Yeah.
And
it was 1-1 at one stage, wasn't it?
That's how the cookie crumbled. Everybody pulled their pants up. 6-2, the final score. But it's time to take a break, and when we come back, second half action. Defense Force still lead 1-0 against Deportivo Point Fortin.
They're taking the Mickey out of them. As the English would say.
The Mickey. them, you know. I think we see
the
first play there.
We should be there.
Well, 45 minutes will tell a different picture, or maybe the same. Defense Force at the moment, they're writing their own destiny as they lead this match by 1-0 against Deportivo Point and it certainly was a first half that ebbed and flowed, but in the end an error cost Deportivo the goal. What are the keys going into the second half of this match, Colin?
Well, the Defense Force, they will have to manage this game properly now. I think they're defending well. They're using Sam and Bertrand. We already said that on both the flanks. Boatswain is going through the middle. So, you know, it should be very, very interesting. Of course, the field is really... I don't think it has deteriorated all that much. But it's pretty heavy, and we have said that before the game started. Because of the amount of rain we've had, the conditions of this field is going to be extremely heavy. The short passing has got to be out, and most of that's in front of the goal, for example. Which it's just the goalkeeper that will really affect. But you look at this outfield, and both teams have got to play. What I like about Defense Force more than Deportivo, they're using the width of the field. Once you get into that center of the field, there's a lot of water there, and the ball is going to stick. Use the width of the field, which Defense Force are doing well, and I certainly think they will do that again in the second half. They've got to manage it properly. So get down the sides and then get the ball over to Boatswain. Deportivo, they've been using this guy wide, Hudson. He's got to stay there, and they've got to use Kesa on that. Take a leaf out of the page of Defense Force. Go wide, attack them wide, and get that ball across. But I think Defense Force, the way it's going, Defense Force, they're going to manage this game properly in the second half, and I think they're going to go on to win the game.
Well, they're seeking some divine help. Deportivo Point they need lots of it to overturn the current result. What do you think the keys? You spoke about using the width of the field, but Hugh and Hector, they've struggled to get him involved, and we've seen in the past that when he's not involved, they're not quite as efficient.
But you see, the thing with Houghton Hector, he likes to play through the middle. Once you play in through the middle here, it's going to present problems. So what he's doing, when Deportivo pick up the ball, he tends to make the runs to maybe an inside left, an inside right, trying to free himself to get space. Once he keeps... And their Defense Force, they've done their homework. Houghton Hector is the main man on this team. Every time they look to play the ball to him, they're picking him up. They're not giving him the room. They're on top of him, and that's very important here. They've made a couple substitutions, have they, Deportivo? Am I seeing Mark Ramdeen? No, it's not Mark Ramdeen. But we haven't seen any substitutions yet. But I expect they're going to make a few substitutions if they don't get the equalizer within 20 minutes.
Well, it's 45 minutes to decide the fate of these teams. At the moment, Defense Force continuing in their unbeaten run. 6 wins on the trot for the 20-time national champions Defense Force. And, seem well set to add a win number 7 to that. Well, here's Omri Baird. Well intercepted there. And that's played forward to Boatswain. And Garcia's challenge is late, but he was offside anyway.
Yeah. It's Garcia, he seems to be everywhere in the defense, doesn't he? He's having a really good game.
Certainly one of the better defenders in the tournament. But we spoke about defense, Point 14. They've certainly got one of the best defense in the tournament. They've conceded, 10 goals with that goal scored today. That is the second least Defense Force. 5 conceded. They look to change this maybe. Garcia.
He had the opportunity to go wide.
Oh, that's good. That's good from Philip. Boatswain will want some revenge here, and maybe he can crown it off with a good shot in the end. Well, that's the way you crown it off. You'd would have loved to get a goal after that nutmeg.
He's done well again, doesn't he?
It's Cooper. And, got in a collision there with Nathaniel Garcia.
The thing is, Garcia, the previous play, James, he had Kesa running wide, play it wide, let him get that ball over.
That was aimed in at Boatswain. But, well, he stayed down though. Jamil Boatswain is holding on to his left wrist. Might have been stomped upon in the challenge. Didn't see too much wrong with the challenge. Might have been when he went down. Peg might have gone over that hand.
Well, I would expect the magic spray is going to come out.
Well, he's back on his feet, and well, that's the part of his anatomy that they would hope will remain intact. No concerns there from the men in black and yellow.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, just swung into Paul there. Might have been an injury that he came into the match with. Didn't really see much in that challenge either. But he's back on his feet. And
he's a big guy, isn't he?
the Angels in the pavilion, they're celebrating. Well, they celebrate everything, don't they? Philip Garcia hustled out of possession. Brent Sam tries to get Sadu involved.
It's a good ball.
But he has to hurry. It's a good tackle from Hudson. Hector gets away with it.
Interesting that Hector seemed to have gone more into a deep midfield role. So it tells me at this point in time they're looking maybe Hector to create the chances for the men running up front. It's been very interesting.
Well, they did struggle to deliver quality service into the attackers in the first half. Might be one of the reasons that he's been asked to add some numbers in the middle to help in build-up play.
Yeah, you look at Hector, he's in a deep-lying midfield role. It's really strange. I thought that's the one guy you would want to get up top, or at least as an attacking midfielder.
Well, here's Kisa. Pacheco can shoot from distance, and well, tried to prove it. Well cut out in the end though by Jamil Cooper. Come again, point 14. Garcia to Garcia. Hector. Ronald Paul's pass is none of the highest quality as defense force try to come away on the opposite end. Yes, Kisa, the 2015 Youth Pro League MVP.
That's too hard from Pacheco.
Garcia would chase, but Big At will get there first. It's a goal kick.
Much of the same. The only change I've seen with Deportivo is that Hector has dropped back into this almost it's very strange to me because he's almost playing in front of the defenders for Deportivo, unless they're looking at him, as we rightly said, to create the chances for the team rather than him getting the opportunity to put the ball in the back of the net from a front-lying role.
Well, that's good from Cornwall. Tried to take him on in a foot race, Bertrand. It was a battle. He was never favored to win. It's Garcia. Trying to open up some chances in the middle and just see the ball slowing down in the middle.
And look where Hector is collecting that ball, James. He's almost on top of his defense. It's a very strange tactical move from Deportivo.
Well, he tried to pick out Kisa, but the direction of the pass was lacking. It trickles all the way back to Ronald Paul. Just see the slow ball movement, and I think the heavy ground conditions playing a big part in that.
It's a good turn, excellent turn.
Well, he tried to do a bit more than he was tasked with. Cornwall. Possession is with the defense force. Here's Sadu. Within range and too heavy. Easy for Lewis.
He was thinking of the shot at one time, and then all of a sudden he changed his mind and was just trying to play it down the line.
Well, he's being cornered at the moment. And finally they get it away. Oh, that's a good turn from Nathaniel Garcia. And now some space for Hector. But again, they can't seem to connect the dots. Point Fortin do enjoy playing quick short passes. The conditions have not been one that has been favorable for their type of game. Struggled.
It's a foul.
Well, it's a rugby type challenge, and Jules Lee and Crystal Sobers let him know exactly what she thought about it. Cooper has opened up some space for himself here. Justin Sadu. Felix. Good looking service here, and Lewis, well, safe as ever.
Another very good save. That was really pressure on him. He had to come and get that ball just ahead of Boatswain. It's another very good save. He's made about 3 or 4 really top class saves here this evening. Look at this cross. It was just hanging in the air, and he got there just before Boatswain. I thought that was good goalkeeping.
Well, he's deputized really well. Terence Lewis filling in, of course, for Marvin Phillip, who is away on international duty.
It's good when you've got 2 top-class goalkeepers.
Certainly was highly rated at the secondary school level, Lewis. Here's Ronel Paul. Rock solid defense force, compact, and Point Fortin trying to pick away at that. And, well, claiming a handball, and Crystal Sobers agrees. Will be a Point Fortin free kick. Certainly within range for Andre Pacheco. We've seen him hit them from that distance.
It's a long way out, but Pacheco, as you rightly said, he's got a good left foot, and if he hits it well enough, could present problems for Bigot.
Well, he's got his eyes locked in on the target. Nathaniel Garcia, too, will fancy his chances from this range.
It's got to be the left foot of Pacheco, though. No.
Here's Garcia! Oh! What? Well, a spectacular goal from Nathaniel Garcia. It was long distance, but he used all of his credit, and he connected well with the back of the net. And that is 1-0 or 1-1 to Deportivo Point Fortin against the defense force.
Did I say Pacheco? Whoa, what a shot from Garcia. I never expected that. I thought he was going to leave it for Pacheco, and I would have thought maybe 1 or 2 of the defense force players would have thought that. But this guy hit that like, oh, that's a rocket. Watch it. The keeper had absolutely no chance. He saw it, he went for it, and still he couldn't keep it out. What a good shot from Garcia. What a brilliant free kick.
Wow, Roberto Carlos, eat your heart out. Maybe more on the opposite end now. And well, this time gravity, not really in the favor of Isaiah Hudson. But I tell you what, if you suffer from anaphylactic shock, be wary, the Hornets are about. He's raised them with that shot.
Nathaniel Garcia, there he is. What a shot. I didn't expect it. I thought they would have gone for Pacheco with the left foot and curl it over the wall. But he hit that, oh my word. That was still traveling after it passed the keeper, wasn't it?
Well, just like that, it's an even contest. Everybody equal rights and justice for all. And, well, that shot ensures that it remains that way. He scored 10 in the competition, never looked like adding 11 with that kind of effort.
You just can't keep Agassi out of the game, can you? It's really amazing. But he's been having a good game for Deportivo. He's been playing very well. And when you think of this Deportivo team with dead ball specialists like Pacheco, Newton Hector, and for Garcia to come up and hit a free kick like that, you've got to give him kudos. Excellent. And the confidence in which he took it as well. He probably said to Pacheco, leave it. I'm gonna smack it. And he did.
Here's Kisa. Renewed energy maybe. Well, no whistle came and Keller would try to get it away, but Hector gets Kisa going on the opposite end. It's going to take Sadu for a run. Pacheco. And well, couldn't find Hudson. As Sadu comes away with it. Here's Jelani Felix. Looking for Boat Swain. Well, not the most convincing of clearances, and Boat Swain keeps it alive. And wow, after some Kung Fu sucker, it's a throw to the big number 9 for Defence Force. We're thinking of making some changes at the moment.
Seems that Hackshaw is going on. Kishon Hackshaw, striker. And
so Bertrand will end his tour of duty. And Kishon Hackshaw is set to come in. Well, might change your minds because Brent Sam at the moment has gone down. So Bertrand has been asked to remain as he were.
Yeah, Sam is down. Not too sure. He's holding his thigh. So look at that. Oh, it took a little deflection. Yeah, took a deflection from Bertrand. That tells a story.
Well, Alistair Curry.
But did he?
If you see it again, though, you'd see he turned away before he hit the net. Has he been watching the NBA Finals? I don't know.
Well, the good news is Sam is up. Whether he can continue, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, it seems that he might be changed now. They've changed their minds, and Brent Sam, instead of Bertrand, might be the one who will be replaced. That's going to be a big blow for the Defence Force. He is the goal scorer in the match so far, and initially when the board came up, Hackshaw was set to come in, but Brent Sam, having gone down, will be replaced. And well, Cooper might need the ball to be replaced after he lost that one. Certainly disappointing. You'll get treatment from Karen Donna, the physio. Certainly one of the keys to the match, and I think now it's a totally different ball game. Colin Murray, they're back level. They've lost Sam, who's certainly planned and prepared for, as we've seen in this first half.
And their confidence has gone up with that goal, so they're taking the game now to Defence Force.
Baird ran himself into some traffic, and Big Hard, well, he came to clean up the mess. So we've gone past the hour mark, and oh, what a match we've seen. Tied at 1 apiece.
And it could go anyway.
Well, here's the goal scorer, Nathaniel Garcia.
Thing with Defence Force, they persevere, don't they? They just keep at you, and the pressure is relentless.
Oh, this is opening up for Baird, and Big Art had to get low. And well, he did pretty well to keep that out.
Did very well. Did extremely well.
Wow, just like that. It's not Christmas, but they're giving away presents at the back. Didn't accept though. Wow. Angels. About, must be in heaven.
See some substitutions.
Well, Shaquille Henry, no surprise, he will come in and tell you who he has replaced in a bit. Isaiah Hudson will make his way off, and Mark Ramdeen, the midfielder, comes in for point 14, and he will replace Isaiah Hudson, defender. So made an interesting offensive subs. In fact, Isaiah Hudson has come in has gone off. Ramdeen has come in.
Was it Baird? Is the other one coming off? Was
and
it
Omri
Baird?
Yeah. Has been replaced by
Henry?
Shaquille Henry. And immediately he's in on the act. Defending. So changes about and shuffle the pack. And he's gone for more offensive options, as you can see.
Henry for Baird and Ramdeen for Hudson.
Well, he's a gambling man. Will it pay dividends? Salafon Francis shaking things up.
It's a good move, excellent move. I think he sent Ramdeen wide on the left, which is his favorite position. That's a good tackle, excellent tackle. And Bertrand.
Well, he's not a hurdler, but he was forced to do it anyway, as Cornwall slid in with a heavy challenge. Well, are there any FIDE masters about? It's a chess match out there, I can tell you that. All squared. I think Nostradamus will struggle to predict the outcome of this one as well.
So that's a fact. I remember when they played earlier, they drew 1-1, so this could very well be another 1-1. But I just feel there's another goal or two somewhere, James. I wish I can tell you where and for whom.
Well, Shaquille Henry, he's a proven goal scorer, and maybe here for him, and he does. Shaquille Smack Henry has been called to do a job, and he's done it with pride and distinction as he's put his team, Deportivo Point 14, 2-1 ahead against the defense force.
Was that his first touch as well? I think it's his first touch. But what a touch. He was sent right through the middle, and he looked up. What I like about this goal from Henry, he was composed, never panicked. He was through the defense force. The defenders were caught square, and look at it. And then he pushed it away from the keeper. That's a well-taken goal from Shaquille Henry. That's the type of goal you get from a goal scorer. He is a goal scorer, out-and-out goal scorer. So in the 64th minute, Shaquille Henry, he's made it 2-1 for Deportivo. Defense force, they've got it all to do, and they don't have Brent Sam on the field.
Well, how will this game swing? Shaquille Henry, he's done his job. And the team from the Southwestern Peninsula, they're smiling. Although at the moment that's a complaint from Shaquille Henry.
Well, he's got away. Crystal Sobers had a long chat with him, probably saying to him, well, I'm going to ease you up just because you scored that goal. But you don't do that again or you're going to get a yellow card. So it was a stern talking to.
Well, Crystal Sobers has done a tremendous job in this match. She's kept it quite controlled. Certainly one of the best referees in CONCACAF at the moment, male or female. Crystal Sobers.
That's a good keeping. This guy is kept really well, Terrence Lewis. Remember, he was just beaten with a penalty. Outside of that, he's taken the crosses well. He's come off his line quickly. He saved one cracking shot from distance. He's been really excellent for Deportivo.
Well, here's another substitute hack shot. And well, showed he had quick feet to get out of the way of that Phillip challenge. Well, it's a big man and a big miss. He's come off injured, Brent Sam, but he did get the defense force ahead in the match. The lead that has evaporated so far.
That's a difficult one.
Well, Big Art showed that he had some foot skills. Henry will try again though. Easy in the end. Let's Curtis Gonzalez. Maybe he can inspire his team as Sadu turns away from one challenge.
It's Bertrand, isn't it?
Looking here for both Swain. And, well, Isaiah Garcia somehow got his head to that.
Isaiah Garcia, he's had a tremendous game. Really super game.
But he's barely over 5 feet, Isaiah Garcia, but he certainly out-jumped 6 feet plus Jamil Boatswain. Looking for Henry. Booted away. Here's Kisa.
Oh, hard luck. That's a good run by Garcia. Ball unfortunately hit the back of his heel.
Well, Cooper certainly had thoughts of a brutal challenge, but he's done well. Got in front of his man. Cooper, maybe one of the best goals in the defense.
Absolutely brilliant.
It is one of those moments for Jamil Cooper, and one that he will remember. He's put his team right back in the contest. He weaved, he wiggled, he waggled, and in the end, he produced magic at the end of it. And Defense Force are back in the contest, 2-2 against Deportivo.
And we talked about composure, didn't we? Well, you couldn't want more composure than that. He took on the Deportivo defense. He went down that left side, eluded one defender, and then cut inside. And you would have thought, once he cut inside, James, you would have thought he would have taken the shot there. No, he went further inside, saw the gap, and just really, he passed the ball into the goal. What a wonderful goal from this man. What a beauty of a goal. Look at it. Saw the gap and really just passed it into the net. Absolutely brilliant.
Reminds me of that goal scored by Pedri in La Liga. It was named the goal of the tournament, and quite similar. And it's a combination of that. I don't know if you remember that goal, Mark Bantra, where Garrett Beale ran around him and scored. Quite similar.
Wow.
And well, he's put his name up there.
I mean, you thought when he cut inside, he might have taken the shot. No, he waited because defenders were falling all over around him. Oh, what a brilliant goal. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, there have been some changes. Boatswain has come off. Dwight Quintero, who gets his first touch, has come in. And Keller has also come off as well. Well, I told you, Nostradamus will struggle in this one. And maybe here could be another chance. Opening up, and well, maybe too much power. Didn't get the accuracy on point. And well, tell you what, this has been a blockbuster of a contest, and it has not disappointed in terms of excitement. Nikolai Nairon certainly had a good seat in the house, the fourth official. What a game he's witnessed.
It's been a really good, entertaining encounter between these two teams. And both, you think, they're evenly matched.
Well, with 20 minutes to go, could there be more? Tell you one thing though, Colin Murray. We're going to have a difficult moment choosing the Sportsmax app moment. So many moments in this game.
Oh, I'm going to disagree with you there, James. Cooper, I mean, that was absolutely brilliant. You couldn't want anything better than that.
Well, that man in your picture might say something different. What a match.
Yeah. We've seen some good goals. Henry's goal was well taken as well.
Well, here's Pacheco. He wants to get in on the act. Well, here's Kisa. Waiting for his moment to find Ramdeen. Too long. That's a good touch, Dwight Quintero.
Action.
Losing his footing, and this time,
Garcia
doing his job.
Quintero is a big man, isn't he, in the striking position.
Yeah, not out of it yet, defense force. Well, he's peeling for a handball. Not given, and Kisa comes away with it.
Oh, brilliant.
Well, they got some space now for Nathaniel Garcia to get into. He has Henry with him. Oh, he tries his luck, and somehow that was kept out by the right paw of Christopher Bigat. Didn't expect him to shoot, though. I don't think Bigat did as well.
I agree. I don't think Bigat was looking for that, because Henry was making that run through the middle, and I myself thought that Garcia would have played it into the center. But he took, look at him, he took that shot from an angle, and Bigat was getting into position, and all of a sudden the ball was coming at him. He did well in the end.
Well, he was surprised, but he dealt with it well. Well, that's a bad giveaway. And Philip does well to get there. Here's Cooper. He's gone on one run before he's gone on another. Nightmares maybe for Garcia as he waves that right foot. Hands off to Hackshaw for support. Sadu looking for the run of Hackshaw. He's got Pacheco to face up. Sadu.
Take the shot, take the shot. Held on too long. There goes Henry though.
Well, he thought of a moment of sending Henry on his way. Mark Ramdeen though chose an option as Henry now gets involved. Oh, that's disappointing. Just broke the momentum of the play going forward. Here's Henry. What a moment he's had in the match. Can he create another one? He'll have to wait as his team is forced to defend.
The idea was good, the execution was not. Look at it, this is the first tackle he goes wrong. That's excellent. And what a run. Gave the impression he was going to shoot. And just so cool, so calm, so composed. And all he did was side foot the ball. He didn't go for a shot through the laces. He just side footed it into the empty net. Brilliant, brilliant from Cooper.
Certainly love the subtleties about it though. Two body feints. And then, well, he just pulled the trigger. They've seen some top quality goals.
The other thing is, James, with that, he got wrong Philip. When he got wrong Philip, just on the touch line, got wrong Philip and then cut inside. Was a super run. A super run, excellent finish.
Well, there's a top player in her time, Daniel Maskell. She will have a tough task ahead of her as her team Moruga FC comes up against Terminix Rangers in the later kickoff. That match, of course, taking place 8 p.m. local time, 7 p.m. Jamaican time.
How would you play that game, James? They've conceded 39 goals, I think, so far. And you're coming up against a top team. How would you play that game from a defensive standpoint?
I would look at the playbook of Jose Mourinho. Paul PTSE, park the bus.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You can't go toe for toe here with Rangers. So you've got to park the bus. I would go with 5 defenders, 4 in the midfield, clog it up, and you look to play on the counter.
Something like Agassi there. Made 6 defenders today for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, they won 2-0.
And the Grenadines.
They won 2-0. You can't complain, James. They won 2-0. What you saying? If they didn't play 6 defenders, they would have won 4-0. Come on, James. Be good. Be good.
Well, is there to be more goals? Not in this moment. 15 minutes remaining. And I'm sure the fans are going to be asking for an extension of that. They've seen 4 goals in the 76 minutes of play. They want more.
And of the 4 goals, 3 very good goals. And even the penalty was a good penalty. You can't say that it was a fluky penalty, went through the keeper's leg. It was well placed by Sam, away from the keeper. That's how you should kick a penalty.
Ramdeen from Cornwall in some space. Can't get past the yellow obstacles in his way.
It's a foul on Sadu. He's had a good game as well. He covered every blade of grass here on the field. It's been difficult in the conditions playing in that midfield.
Well, he has been pretty decent in this tournament, Justin Sadu. Did get the attention of national coach Angus Eve as part of a training squad. Did play a warm-up game against St. Lucia. Here's Cooper. Hackshaw. And sliding challenge from Philip. Puts an end to his aspirations of scoring. Or maybe not for Nathaniel Garcia or Houghton Hector. And looked across sheepishly at referee Sobers, who was not interested in his pleas.
Yeah, but I thought the ball from Garcia was not good enough. It was too short. He wanted to run onto that ball, Houghton Hector, and unfortunately he played it just a little too short. And Hector actually had to stop, in his stride. Had he pushed it ahead of him, he would have been able to go and stride on and go and get it. Here is Rangers going through their paces before their game.
Tula Guerra scored 2 goals in their last match and
came on as a substitute, didn't he?
He did. Was the man of the match as well. Not to be expected of him. Kevon Modest, the physiotherapist, former player himself, will deliver some treatment to Philip, who is signaled to the bench that may need to be replaced. Worrying signs though. Well, here's Guerra. Man nicknamed the Trini Ronaldinho. Certainly showed some magic last evening.
Well, it's man of the match at the moment. I would think it's Cooper. Not only for the goal, because he was the one with the penalty. He created the first goal in terms of the penalty. He made the run that created that penalty for Brent Sam.
Well, as it stands, I can't disagree there. Still locked at 2 apiece, but certainly has been one of the players to change that. Well, here's Hashim Asia, Rivaldo Coriat, receiving some instructions from assistant coach Elcock. Offensive changes. They want to win, defense force. Well, here's Cooper. Couldn't get past Philip this time.
Trying to do too much with it. He should have laid it off. Hackshaw was to his left. He should have laid it off. Sometimes when you have that confidence, he's been playing so well and he's been just gliding past players that you just feel, hey, he's going to do it again.
Well, Houghton Hector could change things, but the whistle ends his hope. Hasn't been the most effective game for Houghton Hector, but it has been for this man coming off, Justin Sadu. He replaced by Hashim Asia, while Rivaldo Coriat will come in. And he has replaced, I'll tell you in a moment.
Has he replaced Bertrand? No, not sure. Coriat. Yeah, he's replaced Bertrand. Coriat. Interesting.
Winger,
interesting. He's picked up that the right side. No, he's very much left-footed. So it's going to tell me that once he picks up that ball, he's going to try and cut inside.
Yeah, that's modern attackers these days. Don't usually play for crosses. They try to come inside and get shooting opportunities. Think of Mo Salah, Sadio Mane. Some of the modern players in the game.
Yeah, those are two names you call there, James. That what can I say? Brilliant players, absolutely brilliant. And you're right. One plays on the left and he's right-footed. The other plays on the right and he's left-footed. Well, more changes.
She'll have some more from the Point Fortin perspective, and there's Jordan Riley. He's going to make a cameo, and he will come in, and together with Marticon Watson. Well, no shortage of quality though Martin Watson, a former national youth player. He comes in place of Philip. Made his debut today in a starting role. And Jordan Riley, secondary school star, comes in on the right-hand side of attack. Well, here's Hackshaw, one of the substitutes for Defence Force. Hashim Marcia, another substitute. Oh, he's dancing, isn't he? Just gliding across the surface. Just couldn't wrap his right boot around it. Looked good in the moment, but the execution failed to deliver. In fact, King was the man getting that shot away. Dylan King.
This Korean. Interesting ball.
Watson, his first touch. And, well, tried to play in Houghton Hector, well cut out. Garcia will try again to Jordan Riley, who gets his first touch. Oh, this is a good run. He's away here, Jordan Riley! Well, had the power, not the accuracy.
It was a difficult angle. He did very well, actually. He miscontrolled the ball, and that teased the Defence Force defender. I think it was Felix, to go at him, and he regained composure, pushed it past Felix, and unfortunately the shot was just wide. Look at it. Tried to bend it back, came off the outside of his boot.
Felix gets Coriat involved. And, well, he went in search of Hackshaw. And can't say that's an unsuccessful.
There's Coriat for Bernard, for Bertrand, then Asia for Sadu. Defence Force changes. And for Deportivo, Watson for Philip. Then Riley, of course, for Kisa.
Asia. Coriat. Fresh legs. Injected some energy for the Defence Force.
That's what you need now. You need some fresh legs, because 84 minutes on this ground, you've got some tired legs out there.
King for Cooper. Well headed away. It's Houghton Hector. Maybe there's something remaining in the legs of the 38-year-old. Maybe here.
Brilliant ball.
And just couldn't control it well.
His first touch let him down, didn't it?
Did score the go-ahead goal for Point Fortin, and this time Henry couldn't deliver when needed most.
It's a good ball to Korea, excellent ball.
Well, that's a good reverse pass. A chance in here now, and well, Quintero, his touch as well, it's taking him away from goal. There's a man with a good first touch, Houghton Hector, and he gets a heavy touch from the defender.
You look at Hector now, James, he's now starting to get more in an advanced position, so I'm not too sure what has happened in terms of he's forgot his defensive duties and he's more pushing up forward now. Tells me that Deportivo may be very well looking for the winner.
Yeah, certainly fatigue playing a big role in that, finding more space now with the game a bit stretched. Well, it's a good time as he gets back to his feet for Sportsmax app moment. And, well, no need to guess. We're absolutely certain what it is.
Bang! Basically.
Yeah, that's how it would go. And no chance there for goalkeeper Big At. And that is our Sportsmax app moment, courtesy Nathaniel Garcia. Oh! Well, tell you what, not Simone Biles, buddy. That's a 360 rotation there from Jordan Riley. Not as graceful though as the gymnast.
You see, you know what I really appreciate Crystal Sobers in terms of talking to the players. She goes up and she has a chat with them and says, you know, whatever she says, it's working, because she's not, you know, some referees will just brandish that yellow card. She's actually saying to them, listen, I didn't appreciate this tackle. There goes Riley. Whoa, you're right. Not as graceful.
Yeah, that's going to hurt, but 360 with Pike. And that's why she's one of the best in the region, Crystal Sobers. Could lightning strike twice though?
Oh!
Almost
what a brilliant
dead.
shot.
And well, second bite at the cherry, and Big Art this time is solid as ever.
I tell you what, James, that was a brilliant save. That ball tipped, it swerved and tipped on Big Art, and he did exceedingly well. Well, Garcia, you was thinking lightning could strike twice, it nearly did.
Crossed wires, and Hackshaw takes advantage. And well, he couldn't get past Garcia this time. Isaiah Garcia, their cousins by the way, Isaiah Garcia and Nathaniel Garcia. Garcia family, well, quite prominent. The older brother of T&T International Levi Garcia and Judah Garcia. Of course, if you're following the international football match today, his younger brother Levi scored in T&T's 2-0 victory over St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And just to let everyone know as well, Nicaragua, they beat the Bahamas, so Nicaragua is on top just by 1 point. Wait, what's happening here?
Harsh words, and well, some peacemakers in the midst as Garcia decides to turn and walk away. It's a lesson to the kids though.
But there's Crystal Sobers, very much in control of the situation. She's backing away.
And yeah, certainly looks in control. Sobers allows the emotion to play out and swoops in and has a chat with the clearly irate players. And tell you what, she's the coolest person in the field at the moment. That's why she's one of the best. Second best in CONCACAF in 2019. She's barely beaten by Lucela Venegas of Mexico. Is there one final roll of the dice for point Fortin?
Or for Defense Force for that matter. Because this could go either way.
Garcia, Ramdeen, well, he's broken the lines well, and he's played in Henry, and well, his touch let him down, and well, his tackle certainly let him down as well. Almost took the player down with him.
Well, we're in the final minute. So, can Defense Force do it, or can Deportivo?
Here's Nathaniel Garcia.
Coming up to 90 minutes.
Yep, the clock has pretty much expired as 3 minutes is the allotted addition. Still feel with those 3 minutes, anything can happen. It's going to feel like a long period. The way this match has swung. Will there be a winner, or will another contest between these two end up as a draw?
Oh, that's dangerous.
And well, Big Ant did his job.
That's going to be a yellow card, no
Yeah,
doubt.
might feel the pains of that as Sobers comes up with the gift card for that man, Shaquille Henry. Yep. It's a nice card.
I think
for a naughty boy.
she's warned him enough. She's had a word with him before, so I'm not surprised she's giving him the yellow card here now. In the meantime, a player is down. Not too sure who is down at the moment, James. It looks like Garcia, Nathaniel Garcia is there. Okay, he's getting back up. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that. Whoa, dangerous. Dangerous.
Well, he was pretty late there in that challenge, and well, yes, King. Can he make something happen on the opposite end? They've got just over a minute. He's only been on the field just over 15 minutes, but he has been pretty much well involved, getting a goal and getting a yellow card. Pretty complete performance from Shaquille Henry. Well, Jordan Riley showing immaculate strength and well, couldn't pick out Henry. Promised much, produced little. Just over 30 seconds remaining. Will there be a winner? Cornwall certainly ensures that his team is not in the losing category. In fact, Ronald Paul
could very well be the last attack for Defence Force.
Yes, King. Chance opening up here. Last roll of the dice, Coriac goes down, hands in the air, ignored by the referee. Looking for Riley. Should be now or never for Defence Force. And it's, well, never going to be because the final whistle signals the end to an entertaining contest. One that has ebbed and has flowed, but has failed to produce a winner, as they will share the points in this fixture. Crucially, for the Defence Force, it's dropped points as Terminix Rangers have a chance in the later match to pull ahead. But at full time between Deportivo PF and the Defence Force, it's tied at 2 apiece. Your thoughts, Colin Murray?
Yes, certainly an excellent game here. Some very good goals by Jamil Cooper, the man of the match. For his, he was assisted in the first goal where he was brought down, and Brent Sam converted the penalty, and that one-day goal, that equalizer from Jamil Cooper was absolutely brilliant. It's the kind of goal you would really want to see the team winning the game, but here he actually produced that to ensure that Defence Force would share the points. But brilliant. Let's look at the highlights here, as a yellow card being shown, and the header from that corner, and the yellow card being shown there. There is a penalty from Sam after Cooper was brought down. Took it calmly and put it into the back of the net, away from the keeper. He had absolutely no chance. Terence Lewis, who had a very good evening, couldn't hold this, couldn't save that. He guessed the wrong way, and Brent Sam took an excellent penalty to make it 1-0 for Defence Force. There was Felix with the cross, brilliant, good save from Terence Lewis, and this free kick, oh my word, what a scorcher from Nathaniel Garcia. He banged it, took a little bit of a deflection, and it took a little deflection off of Bertrand and went to the left of the keeper, but he had absolutely no chance, and that was the equalizer from Nathaniel Garcia. And then the go-ahead goal, sent right through, was Henry. He looked up, he was composed, and then put it away from keeper Bigot to make the Deportivo team go 2-1 up in this clash. Brilliant effort from Henry. He was sent right through the defense, the heart of the defense. He took it well, looked up, and the composure was good. That's another good save from Lewis for a cross ball. And then the goal of the match, that's one dribble. He goes past. This is Cooper. Pushes, seemed to take the shot. He dummied and then slipped it into the bottom corner. A brilliant goal from Jamil Cooper, and he put it into the back of the net to bring Defence Force level here at 2 goals all. He took that so well, and they brought the Defence Force level. There he is, Jamil Cooper, a brilliant equalizer, but there was Henry being shown the yellow card, a very late tackle on goalkeeper Bigot, And so 2-2 here at the end of this encounter, a really entertaining encounter between these two teams. Let's look at the stats. Deportivo 19 shots to 9, so they dominated in that area. Shots on target 11-4, and so you could see the domination there of Deportivo. Yellow cards 3, defense force 1, and then the corners very much 2-2, and 9 saves for defense force, 2 saves for Deportivo. But an encounter that went back and forth, and 2-2 here. It's ended up defense force and Deportivo, just like in round 1 when they drew 1-1 here. It was 2-2. Let's go to James. He's got the man of the match with him, and it's no surprise.
Well, that's right. I'm here with the man of the match, and I'm going to add an extra title to that. You've got the goal of the tournament for me so far. Jamil Cooper, how does it feel?
It feels great to get the goal of the tournament.
And man of the match, what do you thought of your performance?
Well, I thought we worked hard in training this week, and we just come and lay it all on the field.
All right, well, I certainly hope and pray that you do get the goal of the tournament, but you can take solace in taking that trophy home as the man of the match today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to head to the coach of the defense force, Mr. Lloyd Andrews, who is going to join me here. And what a match we've witnessed. And he did tell me prior to the match that he expected a very tactical battle, and he hoped it's not a boring match. It was far from that. It was far from boring, very exciting in the end. And 2 points. Satisfied with that, though?
Yes, I'm satisfied based on how the game went. However, I'd have preferred to get 3.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. You dropped some points, Tim, and explain later on. But it was a good match. How did you see it from the bench?
Well, the intensity of the game was nice. And the early mistakes we made not putting away our chances cost us.
Well, thank you so much, and we wish you best of luck going forward in the tournament.
Thanks very much.
All right, let me bring the other coach into the contest, Mr. Selvon Francis. He came up against Goliath, he swung his sling, and he got in some good blows, and you're sharing points today, and you're smiling. So does that mean that you're happy with the outcome of the match?
Not totally. I mean, it was a good game. You know, as I say, we come for 3 points. So, but we're not here to lose either. So at the end of the day, we'll take the point.
You got a bit closer to the top team in the competition in terms of points. Is that something that does bring some sort of satisfaction for you?
Yes, definitely, because we aiming for the top spot, right? This we're not satisfied with that top 4. You're not a Champions League qualification in this. We want to go to the top, right? So getting closer, inch by inch, goal by goal, point by point, we're taking that.
Well, you certainly put on a good show for everybody this evening. Thank you very much, Coach.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Colin Murray is standing by to take us out.
So a 2-2 game here between Deportivo and the defense force. 2-2. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back here at the La Horquetta ground.
Right, good. All right, let James handle it. Nice, I see we get Melissa got to run out.
We don't need the monitor.
Huh?
We don't need the monitor.
So one more we get it in the frame.
Who need it?
Just, yeah. Come, sir.
take my big money from me. Stand by, everybody. Yeah. 3. Standing here with the manager of Moruga FC, Mr. Eric Gibbs. 11 rounds so far in the competition. You haven't gotten a win. Do you feel you're getting closer to that?
Surely. As you would have seen in the last 2 games, we are a bit more competitive now. We are in with the fight. And as the tournament progresses, nearing to the end, to the climax, we would be very competitive, and we want all teams beware of Moruga.
What have you been doing, to get yourself closer and more competitive? We have seen more competitive games from your team. What do you think your team have been doing differently?
Well, we have been analyzing the first round. We have looked at areas and the field that we need to, make the improvements. We have made some switches in personnel. We have made some tactical changes, and the guys are really upbeat. We have done some work with them in terms of their mental preparation, and they're ready for the challenge.
Well, you've got a tough game ahead, and we wish you best of luck this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. How do I refer to you, sir?
Richard.
General manager, owner, what do I say?
Fergie.
Well, he has the name Fergie in his back, and he's not the famous manager, but he is a famous manager. Your team coming up against Moruga FC today, what can we expect?
Well, Moruga has been improving. They have been doing very well. You can see they have been working hard. We have been able to pump some money into the league. So teams like Moruga, you're going to see they're going to be improving, as you saw tonight with Deportivo. So we're expecting a tough game, a hard game, and we have to come out and play our best.
Well, you saw the opening game today. Defense Force, your closest rivals, they've dropped points. That must be exciting for you coming up against Moruga now.
Well, no, because we also have to play Deportivo. So whilst the Defense Force may have dropped a point, Deportivo is scaring us right now. And what we also had to say is that, teams come to play Rangers. They hold their best game for Rangers. So they might play a game against Westford and the game so, but they come in against Rangers with the best game.
Oh, we look forward to our best contest later on. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
You get that mic? I'll get that from you.
Well, it's overcast conditions here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, but it's anything but gloomy in terms of the mood. Ascension Tournament Match Week 11, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers coming up against Moruga Football Club right here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. James Saunders is my name, and I'm joined by one of the iconic voices here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Selwyn Melville, as we get set to bring you all of the action, as we also welcome our friends on Sportsmax and at CCN TV6 here in Trinidad and Tobago. The league leaders, La Horquetta Rangers, coming into this match unbeaten in the tournament with a chance to stretch the advantage to 4 points. Defense Force, of course, dropping a point in the earlier game against Deportivo PF. Moruga FC, on the other hand, well, they are yet to win a match so far in the tournament, and pretty much, Selwyn Melville, it's a David versus Goliath type of showdown with this fixture.
Let's have a look.
Well, we did get a chance to talk to some people earlier.
Yeah, we spoke to folks earlier on this evening here at the facility, and let's have a look.
Who said to that?
Surely. As you would have seen in the last two games, we are a bit more competitive now. We are in with the fight. And as the tournament progresses, nearing to the end, to the climax, we would be very competitive, and we want all teams beware of Moruga.
What have you been doing, to get yourself closer and more competitive? We have seen more competitive games from your team. What do you think your team have been doing differently?
Well, we have been analyzing the first round. We have looked at areas and the field that we need to, make the improvements. We have made some switches in personnel. We have made some tactical changes, and the guys are really upbeat. We have done some work with them in terms of their mental preparation, and they're ready for the challenge.
Well, you've got a tough game ahead, and we wish you best of luck this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, he has the name Fergie in his back, and he's not the famous manager, but he is a famous manager. Your team coming up against Moruga FC today, what can we expect?
Well, Moruga has been improving. They have been doing very well. You can see they have been working hard. We have been able to pump some money into the league. So teams like Moruga, you're going to see they're going to be improving, as you saw tonight with Deportivo. So we're expecting a tough game, a hard game, and we have to come out and play our best.
Well, you saw the opening game today. Defense Force, your closest rivals, they've dropped points. That must be exciting for you coming up against Moruga now.
Well, no, because we also have to play Deportivo. So whilst the Defense Force may have dropped a point, Deportivo is scaring us right now. And what we also had to say is that, teams come to play Rangers. They hold their best game for Rangers. So they might play a game against Westford, and the game so-so, but they come in against Rangers with the best game.
Well, we look forward to our best contest later on. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Well, we heard from the managers. It's time to welcome you to the most important cast, the players, as they make their way out. Moruga FC wearing the orange. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers in white. Joel Cox will be the main official for this match, as we expect a contest that should be leaning in the favor of the league leaders, who have been unbeaten. Let's take a look at the lineup, see what they've got in store for us. And for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, no Jamal Crichton, the captain. He starts on the bench for the second consecutive match. Moruga, Miles Goodman will start in goal. They've shifted and changed goalkeepers a lot in this tournament. Rajan King Allen has been one of their top players, together with Joshua Ragu. Rodney Young is in there, and they've got some changes, major of which Atiba Charles on the bench. Dernal Maskell, the former T&T female international, will sit in the dugout. And for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, as I mentioned, no Jamal Crichton, the captain, who starts on the bench for the second consecutive game. There has been a big change in defense with Emmanuel Thomas coming in. It's the first time seeing him in action. Jamal Francois is there with Daniel David, and Atula Guerra, the 2-goal scoring hero of the last game, will partner Kadeem Corbin in attack. Dave Kwamina is the head coach. Your opening thoughts on the match, Selwyn Melville? What do you think are the keys to this fixture?
Well, the home team and leaders in the league, they will come here very confident this evening. that they can continue their winning ways, and they will try to maintain that. The manager just spoke on owner. He feels that his team can always continue to do very well in this competition. They're the leaders, and of course they should be very happy to be able to lead at home on the basis that it is their ground, it's their tournament, and they want to leave here this evening with another win and continue to maintain their status as lead in the competition.
Well, that team, Moruga FC, they've traveled a long way coming from Moruga, which is the southernmost point of the island of Trinidad, and they've made their way all the way to the east to face up against the team that have been unbeaten in the competition. They've rotated their squad quite often. They are missing some players though. Real Gill, the attacking winger, he is off to national duty with the Trinidad and Tobago under-20 team, so too Kaim Thomas. But that man in your picture, Atula Guerra, much will be expected of him. T&T International, ton-load of caps to his credit, former top scorer in the United States Soccer League, USL, and his experience will be required this evening as they face up against Moruga.
It's going to be a very interesting game for sure. The fans have come out. This ground is a very intimate ground. The fans are very close to the action.
Well, they've got kickoff as Cox starts the action, and right away Junior Asun charges forward for La Horquetta. And well, that one is too long in the end for Kadeem Corbin. Lots of speculation that he might have been included in the T&T senior squad. He's been overlooked on this occasion, but certainly has not failed to deliver in this tournament. Kadeem Corbin has banged in lots of goals. 5 goals in the competition so far for him. In fact, he moved to 6 last game week. And that one will run out for a throw to Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Kadeem Corbin, he was the top scorer in 2014 when Trinidad and Tobago won the Under-20 Caribbean Cup. Certainly has been one of the class acts in this competition.
And you've got some known names playing here in this competition, which adds some quality to the event in itself. And you have players like Atula Guerra in, maybe past his peak, but he has done so much for football in Trinidad and Tobago what he is.
Well, here's Junior Asun in search of a white shirt, and that is well cut out. And well, a shot from Ross Russell Jr. goes sky high, and it will be a goal kick. He's wearing the captain's armband today, Ross Russell Jr. Of course, you will know his father pretty well, Selwyn Melvin.
Oh yes, the big guy played a lot of football, a goalkeeper, a man of authority, and to see that his name is still continuing in the game, that's really good, that they're passing on the goodies to the younger ones, and they continue to keep Trinidad and Tobago in the picture.
His father does coach Central FC, who do play the competition, so it's a good point he made about keeping the name moving forward. The son certainly has won it with distinction, this tournament at least. It's Jesus Perez in search of Corbin. This will be cut out as Moruga, they get their first attack going. And well, went in search of the big number 10 at the top, Nigel John.
He's one of the main boys, and they're looking forward to his presentation here this evening, which will keep them in line with things that may happen in their favor or not.
Well, Jamal Francois runs out of real estate and appeals for a throw, and the referee's assistant agrees. So it's a corner that Moruga will have to defend. This tournament hasn't been favorable for them. Change in the goalkeeper's position. Miles Goodman comes in today. His job, well, quite simply to keep out goals. Conceded quite a lot in this tournament.
This tournament has seen a lot happening where goals are concerned. 216 goals so far scored in this competition. That's healthy.
Well, this one finds the head of the defender, and it goes sky high. That will be a throw. Emmanuel Thomas. Well, speaking of those goals though, Moruga conceded 42 of them. They've conceded the most goals in the competition so far.
They should have been wearing golden uniform this evening after so many goals have fallen into their pathway. But don't write them off. You know, we can see better things happen for them as we continue.
Here's Jamal Francois in search of Corbin. So often has been the target, the focal point of the Terminix attack. Always looks busy, doesn't he?
Yes, very active in the field. You gotta have players like that out there who can keep the energy going for your team as well. And as they take control of the ball in the middle of the field, the nice ball to that left of the field, but good defensive work there in trying to keep out Terminix Rangers out of the picture, because they're home, they're excited, they're hungry, and they seek to win. And Moruga, having the kind of reputation they have so far in the competition, has not been very much in their favor, and they'll be hoping to change the order of things here this evening.
Chance to swing one over, and well, flag goes up. It's not going to count, and whistle does come belatedly. It's not going to count.
The rhythm section has been very active this evening.
Yeah,
they know to keep the fans excited and keeping life and energy here at the Moruga. At the Moruga, no, we're not so far.
While they're welcoming them.
Yes, and
lovely rhythm.
I myself speak Spanish because Moruga is pretty close to Venezuela.
It's not that far, in fact, just a couple of miles off the coastline of Venezuela. Of course, the closest point to Venezuela from Trinidad is the Chaguaramas Peninsula, just about 5 kilometers away. That's pretty close. Moruga just a little further.
Although they're on the other end.
Well, here's Francois. His shirt is being tugged and gets a foul. Guerra has some words with the official. He's saying, I don't have extra shirts, can't have mine. He's saying, keep calm, guy. I've got this under wraps.
Well, the problem is the shirt is too big. A tighter shirt wouldn't have caused that problem.
Oh, here's Guerra. Oh, and there's the whistle as well.
The guy still
That's a fair point, though.
Yeah, the guy still has this look of authority. Guerra on the ball is high, and he works with authority. He may be aging, but he has certain that look out there that says he has right to be on the field of play.
Well, Moruga certainly have been pretty ambitious. They've ventured forward quite often in this match. There's King wins possession back for them. No Yatam Henry today for Moruga. Defender missing in action. Oh, that's a heavy challenge from Javon Morris, but the legal one.
It was a good cross that came in.
Should run out for a throw. Well, for a team that has conceded 42 goals in the competition and lie at the bottom of the table, they certainly haven't lacked confidence in the opening few minutes of this contest.
Well, nothing could change what has happened already. So it's up to them. They know that all they can do is come out here on any evening and give the best they could give. And probably things may turn around for them in the game or in the tournament in itself.
Well, the crowd certainly building up nicely here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Rainy conditions at the start of the opening match at 6 p.m. Well, that has dried up and still quite heavy, but certainly a bit more fluency we're seeing on the surface now with the movement of the ball.
Yes, they're working certainly much better on the field. And like what we had earlier on this evening was like in horse racing, they say it's heavy on the foot. You know, it's not that smooth way of moving about. But what is important is that conditions have eased a bit, so the players are having a bit more comfort to move around on the field. And while Rangers are trying to knock the ball up and down, Moruga seem to be looking for that possibility to go forward, but they've been pushed back defensively now. It's going to make it very difficult for them as Rangers continue to press in this early part of the game, as we're looking at just about 9 minutes of football being played in this match between Moruga and Rangers.
Well, here's King, goes in search, and Caleb Sturge has to get his body in the way, and he's done so quite well. But still open for Moruga on an acrobatic looking effort, and easy in the end for Jabari Bryce. Of course, he fills in for Jabari Sinclair, who is on international duty for Trinidad and Tobago. But Moruga, they've certainly been adventurous, and wow, coming close.
Wow. Rangers will probably just going to lie back just a bit and watch Moruga with their enthusiasm, and hopefully that they get the break and make the difference in the early part of the game. That's what they're going to see.
It's a strategy they've used with devastating effect in this tournament. Sitting back on the counter-attack, and well, that one is cut out by Rodney Young. A lot will be expected of him in defense. He's one of the more experienced defenders that they do have.
The uniforms seem pretty casual. It's not really that football, offensive football dressing. It's casual t-shirt that you're wearing on a Sunday, and but I think they would have better ideas in their mind than what they look like on the field, but what they represent and what they give would make a difference.
Well, Young sent that somewhere far away from his goal, but he'll have to defend again here, and again Rodney Young seems to be omnipresent, but they've got to defend against Corbin, and somehow, some way he kept that out, and they're not going to care what it came off of. They're just going to be happy that it did not end up in the goal.
I can tell you that I don't want to see, as he would say, that happening, so I have to depend with all my might here for my team this evening, and that went into the side netting. Did not give them what they wanted.
Well, that went through everybody. Daniel David will keep it alive. Got Sturge in support. Good overlapping run from Caleb Sturge. David. And, well, unconventional clearance, but an effective one. Putting their bodies on the line as Jesus Perez. Well, his intention was finding Corbin, who lost his footing. So after 12 minutes, still goalless between the leaders, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers and Moruga.
It's really nice to have football back in the picture, because the COVID thing had done a great deal of harm to the sport here in Trinidad and Tobago over the last couple of years, and now people are very happy to be back out in the open and playing football. And you see the national team going out, and despite all its challenges, still able to pull up some wins, pull up one today. And what we're seeing here now is that Trinidad and Tobago needs certainly a lot more action, and I guess even this company, they've got some work to do to help rebuild that image that Trinidad and Tobago has in the game. And obviously things like these that are happening with the Ascension League and all that adds a great deal to the game in Trinidad and Tobago. You have the youths are playing a lot of football as well, the Tiger Tank competition and so on, and that's good. That's what we want to see happening, despite all the problems and the closed doors that we had in the last couple of years. Now you're seeing that people are coming back out in the open. They don't have that fear for COVID as they've had in the past. And what we're seeing as well is that the citizens themselves have not really been, to me, they should be more responsible. But yes, they are coming out, they're doing things, and we like to see that. Here we have the cheerleaders who are leading across there in the main stands with their dances and everything, with all the rhythm coming from the band, and that's beautiful. That's what we want. We want energy. We want to bring out the people and let them come out. It's a good shot. And
that's good. One. That's very good. And well, when it rains, it pours goals for Moruga as he's made himself a hometown hero, Tyrese Reefer. And boy, is he having a celebration about it. Against the run of play, Moruga FC. They started from the bottom, but now they're here, and nothing that man can do about it.
I tell you what though, I saw it as a good shot, but I didn't think they would have gone to the finish line with a shot like that. It was absolutely a stunner, and the young man has done certainly something. We were arguing about the state of the game and the dressing, but that was a well-dressed up shot, a devastating shot, and would cause any kind of uproar in the place, and would reap a stunner and one of the better goals you'll see in the competition.
Well, he's come in as the replacement for St. Hilaire, and well, he's been dressed down by that Reefer effort. Well, I tell you what, you've not seen more beautiful goals than we've seen this evening here in La Horquetta. In the earlier match, some of the best goals that you've seen, and I think that is a cherry from Tyrese Reefer.
Well, you know what I like about that is that for me, with all the experience, I didn't give him that drive to go and score a goal like that, but it certainly was a stunner, and it's a nice way to start off this game, the second part of the evening, and there could be more coming in the bag.
Well, when a lion is wounded, it lashes out, and well, they've certainly lashed out Moruga FC. They've stunned the league leaders. They have them under pressure.
I tell you what though, you look so excited, and because you're a goalkeeper, you know what it's like to face up to a shot like that. Could be a heartbreaker.
It certainly is. Got nowhere near it, and well, she's happy. Lionel Mascal, the head coach, is there to be a response. Not this time, as it goes out for a throw.
So Rangers are now looking to put the pressure back on. They're getting deeper into the Moruga half of the field, into the attacking third, and trying to make that difference to get one back, to bring some comfort back to their soul. Because sometimes when you don't expect certain things, they throw you off your rhythm, and they could be in trouble here this evening if they don't. But here's a chance for them to move forward here now.
Well, Corbin can change that. Oh, what a save that is. It's not over. Has to save again, and he does the job, and he cleans up well. Well, I tell you what, it's a seesaw contest at the moment. But the goalkeeper from Moruga FC, he's done his job pretty well. Kept them in the contest.
Threw himself very nice to the left of the goal, and blocked it out. And then to me, the last ball that came in for the keeper to save, it was a chance there for Rangers to really get back into contention and get the game a 1-1 score. But it was a feeble shot and a feeble effort at that.
And but he just felt that the second one appeared to be going in, but Miles Goodman was well positioned. You just need your goalkeeper, Selwyn Melville, to keep you in the contest, especially when you're coming in as an underdog.
Oh, it lifts your spirit really, really high when you see the goalkeeper is blocking out some of the great efforts from other players.
Well, here's Moruga again for two, and not this time, but they're certainly rattling the cage at the moment of the home team, and the panic buttons are going off. They're coming closer.
Yeah, I like the spirit of Moruga here this evening. They haven't got the right approach and right attitude. We have nothing to lose, so the only thing that can happen for us here, if we lose, it's just another loss. We win, then it's a positive for us here. Young heading back out. Guerra takes it down to get support, but this one will go out of play.
Well, if you just tuned in, that's not an error. Moruga lead Rangers by 1-0 in minute number 19. The folks in La Lune, Bastille, Marac, St. Mary's Village, 5th Company. Well, they're glued to their television screens at the moment. They've got something to smile about. Well, they've got to defend here! And well, just like that, The euphoria has gone away, and it's that man. You leave him for a second and he hurts you. Atula Guerra pulling Rangers back level.
Yeah, he has a voice to shout now, and he has now scored his 7th goal, I think, in the competition. He is not staying away from goals. It's 7 of 6 of them.
That's goal number 6 for Atula Guerra.
Yeah.
Love scoring goals, and what a crucial goal.
There's always been a positive name for Trinidad and Tobago over the years, and he continues to give service. No matter how old he has become, he continues to give back to his country, and here in the league competition he has done just that. So this one there, just sliding off his right boot into the back of the net and sticking that boot out. He got a touch on it, beat the goalkeeper, and it's now 1-1 with just about 20 minutes of football being played here at the recreation ground here, in La Horquetta. And here at the Ascension League has been one that's getting to the people. They're enjoying themselves, and I like the spirit that they've brought here to the competition, where many of the fans are able to come here and enjoy. They get the rhythm section, they keep the place full of life, full of energy, and then with Sportsmac getting into the middle of this is adding more favor to this and enjoying what Trinidad and Tobago has to offer. I know the Jamaicans have their thing going with the football as well, and Trinidad and Tobago did well in the recent times with the secondary schools, and now the Ascension League has taken pride of place in competition here as play is back on the way, and Moruga trying to get back into the picture. A substitution is going to be made here shortly, and Moruga is bringing in number 8.
Well, he's scored 8 goals for Trinidad and Tobago, Atula Guerra.
Yeah.
45 appearances, and well, certainly proven and shown all of his experience here this evening, pulling his team back in the contest after trailing to Moruga. Well, will they keep their nerves, Moruga FC? Well, an early change, the goal scorer, Tyrese Reefer, has gone off, and Atiba Charles, who started on the bench, has come in.
Atiba is also a player who has great experience, played club football in the Pro League, also in the national team. So coming out, I was surprised that he wasn't a starter in the game this evening, but he would certainly show his best when things go into real gear here this evening.
Here's Javon Morris, the battle for this, kept alive. Oh, Morris, well, trying to be clever, and it could be a foot race with Sturge, and did well enough to get it back to his goalkeeper. But it's not usual that this early in the match you see a player coming off. Might have been injury. Here's Corbin on the opposite end now, opening doors here for Terminix Rangers, and that's 2-0. And again, no need to ask who the goal scorer is, you just know. Atula Guerra.
It's bread and meat, because the goal was left open there for him. He got the ball, he gave it to him, and he just casually knocked it back into the net, closed the door. Here is now, they are moving ahead. After 21 minutes of football here, they are now up 2-1, and the big man, Atula Guerra, continues to show his presence here and his authority, and the reason for those who have choice to celebrate. Goalkeeper really thinking that, hey, I need more support here back in my defense, because Guerra should not have had this authority to take this shot so calmly inside my net, because we are not doing what we're supposed to do defensively.
Goal number 7 for Atula Guerra, and really this is on a platter for a player of his quality. When he gets those type of opportunities, really misses, and well, Moses found that out the hard way. 2-1, Rangers lead Moruga FC after a start of promise. Well, it's disappointment for a team from deep south. How will they respond?
Sometimes you come out with full of energy, enthusiasm, and you get some breaks, you figure you've got it right, and then the main team settles down and said, let's teach you a lesson. This is what, if you think this will happen here tonight, it's not going to be that way. We are in control, this is our territory, our game, our control. Just sit down and look and see what we're going to do here tonight.
That goal has brought Guerra in some illustrious company. Did miss the 2 games prior to the one last week due to injury, but he seems to be back to his very best. Also too, Jamal Francois, and his effort in the end, well, it promised a lot, but disappointing in the end.
Well, what he should have done there, he had time and he had space. He could have done more work to get deeper inside that penalty area and get a quality shot off onto the goal. But he was seemingly in a hurry to get that ball past the goalkeeper and wasn't in control of the shot the way it should have been with that shot. And weak effort, not impressing the goalkeeper in the end.
Throw for Terminix Rangers. Seventh goal for Guerra. Certainly put him in illustrious company. Put him within the top 5 goal scorers of the competition. Oh, this is a good one here. Chance opening up, and that's a great save. Ross Russell Jr. denied, and it's a late flag. So, might be a Moruga free kick. But that man, well, he's done his job yet again, and he's kept the score from increasing.
This goalkeeper would have nightmares tonight when he goes home, because they're pouring it on him, making his life very difficult here this evening. And there'd be many more of those to come. And Mr. Guerra has an attitude this evening that is not a very friendly one, and we'd see more goals coming.
Taken short as Perez swings it in the area, and Miles Goodman says thank you very much as he gobbles up the cross ball.
Despite his challenges, he still has a good smile on his face, Mr. Goodman. But there's going to be a lot of pressure coming on him as the Rangers seek to go forward once again from inside the lower half of the field, their defensive third.
There. It's La Road. Junior Asun there, that pass was intended for him. Slippery conditions, of course.
But you see now that after a couple goals have been scored, Moruga have not been showing up inside the attacking third of the field. They've been pushed back now to defend their territory because of the kind of pressure that Rangers are putting on them.
Well, here's the double goal scorer, Guerra. His pass is easily picked up. Well, they're a bit coy at the moment. It's not exactly the same, but they've been twice bitten and they're now shy.
Well, it's wisdom now because the pressure they're under, they need to cool the pace of the game a bit and start knocking the ball about, sharing the ball, let their players get more confidence out there in the field and get a touch of the ball here and a touch there. And then when the confidence has regrouped itself, then it's time to go forward and launch your assault. But right now, they have to do the right thing. That's what they're doing, is to calm the game down, knock the ball about, get passes to their players, and let everyone feel much better the way things are going.
Sturge. Francois. Here's Thomas. Goes in search of Asun. Well cut out. Only as far as Daniel David. Looking for Francois. Thomas should get there. Oh, that's good. But he just went right through him, almost as he was a donut. And they were away with Atiba Charles and Atula Guerra running a long way back to the defending. On the opposite end, here comes Corbin. But he's found some space for himself now, and he's been crowded out. It's good defending. Moruga, they would look to exploit some space now left open by Terminix Rangers, and well, he's just straight offside, hasn't he? The attacker, Nigel John.
I thought he was going to look for Atiba Charles towards the left of the field there and give them that, opening up the field a little more and giving them the opportunity to get a launch at the goal, but it wasn't to be that way.
Oh, here's Thomas. He's got a good touch about him, not this time as he has his pocket picked. Here's King. Not the best of passes, and Caleb Sturge at the flying there, Atiba Charles, and just second best in that one. He does win a free kick though. Sturge, of course, might know his older brother, the famous local lawyer, Wayne Sturge.
Yeah, played a bit of basketball with me at times, but he has a long way to go, where that's concerned. Sturge, hope you're not listening or watching.
Well, here's Asun. He's turned his man inside out. Got some space now. Chance for a shot. Oh, that's clever. And that's a hat-trick for Atula Guerra. That's goal number 8 for the man nicknamed the Trini Ronaldinho. But I tell you what, he's not the Brazilian, but he's got a bag of tricks. A hat-trick.
Yes, 3 in the bag. And he's a very happy man. He's like a hyena out there looking for blood in the night. And he's seeing that things happen. The goalkeeper wasn't able to take control of that ball. He said, thank you very much. This is I love these gifts you're giving out this evening. And I'm here. I'm working to get the best out of it. So he's just piling up his numbers. Before you know it, he may end up with 10 goals to his name in the league. So far, like the league leader. So far. Yeah, he's coming back. Look at that shot. And then the goalkeeper stranded. You know, the shot was a bullet coming in. He drove that with some power off that right foot. And he couldn't hold, and he said, hey, here I am again with you. So he can celebrate because he's in control of what's happening here. He's seeing a lot of weaknesses in that Moruga team, and he's exploiting and finishing. 3 to his name so far this evening. You cannot try anything better. 3-1.
Here's Ross Jr. trying to get Corbin involved. Hasn't gotten on the score sheet this evening, but he always ever present and dangerous. Well, that goal has taken Atula Guerra tied on 3rd in the goal scoring race with Brent Sam. Only Kevon Showtime Woodley and Jamil Boatswain ahead of him.
Boatswain's got 10.
I just feel there could be more goals in this match.
Oh yeah, the party has just begun. And the music is making it better for Rangers at home, saying, hey, this is what we are about here this evening. And Moruga had a long trip to come downtown, and now they're feeling the pinch of it.
Well, Asun is off to the races here. Tried to find Francois. Didn't quite find his mark. Well, still thinks about it, certainly. And, well, that has taken off from the airport of Hope and gone to an unknown destination.
Well, the thing is that his gauge wasn't really in order tonight. So it was a good effort, though, an idea to take the goalkeeper hopefully off his line and drive that one back towards the goal. But certainly, it wasn't heading to the direction that he was hoping for.
Now that's the most that Morris has been tested all evening. Javon Morris. Jesus Perez, the former T&T Youth International. Sturge gets involved. Francois. It's Guerra, the hat-trick hero. Well, Corbin has found some space and has found some goals as well. And it's Emmanuel Thomas who gets the 4th item of the evening for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Want to guess who the provider was? You guessed it, Atula Guerra.
Amen. But it's all practice sessions here now for Rangers because this defense is very open, very weak, and very humble, and they're just doing what they want with this team because they don't have challenge. Look, this ball came from the right of the field. And
correction, it was Corbin that with the assist.
Easy tap in.
Yeah, and that says easy. Yeah. A Sunday morning, as they say.
Yeah. Don't sing, don't sing.
That's his first goal of the tournament, by the way. Emmanuel Thomas.
Yeah. Another name to that list of a sea of goal scorers in this competition, and that's very good.
Well, just over half hours gone in this contest, and well,
4-1.
Score is increasing with every few minutes. Terminix Rangers certainly have scored the most goals in the competition so far. They scored 47 goals. The nearest competitor in that regard would be the Defence Force. They've scored 35. Everybody else find a distance.
That's when you spend the money. You make sure that they give you results.
Well, defenders certainly have gotten as much touches as anybody else in this fixture so far.
And they're not under any great deal of pressure, so they can play around with the ball as much as they want to keep their team with the confidence going. All the players are getting a touch of the ball, and that's beautiful. There's no stranger to them when the ball comes. As Serge gets the ball back to him, and he wants to send up to the center.
This is aimed in at Guerra, and well, Goodman will get there first. Many folks coming into this contest suggested that perhaps Moruga might have taken on a more defensive shape. Are you surprised that they were as open as they were in the opening minutes of this match?
Well, I think what we're seeing here is that the team knows that it has problems. There's not been a force in the competition. And this evening they say, well, we'll take our chances. And coaches normally do that. Hey, this is not happening for us. Let's take a chance. Let's change the rhythm here this evening and see what can happen. They try to change it, but it doesn't work. Here's another chance.
Corbin has his chance cut out, has a second bite. Makes some space, and well, it's ball cleared away in the end. Can Moruga break and get something on the opposite end? Here's a Atiba Charles. King, back to Charles. He's made some room for himself here, and just didn't get the direction at the end product that he was in search of.
He was hoping that someone would have been across the field there, looking to capitalize on his cross. But he wasn't in control of that cross enough to find a player and make the difference.
Well, it's a nice crowd at the moment here in La Horquetta. It's a venue that Friday evening usually bubbling with excitement. I think they've got one of those young acts, young brother. It's one of those young talents. He's going to be dropping in later this evening. Familiar with any of his music?
They can't outdo you, right?
Well,
they cannot touch you.
He's a lot more popular than I am, I can tell you that much. Ball cut out by Moruga, but they've given it right back to Root Jr. And Corbin is onside, but he just couldn't control the play just behind him.
I think they may not be getting the ball to move as smoothly as they want on the field because he struggled a bit to get control of that ball. And in the process, they survived that Moruga, and it's still just 4-1 as we approach the end of the first half. And this is the kind of game that the home team would really relish very much, and looking forward. Caleb will come across to get that ball across the face of the goal from the left of the field, the corner kick.
Well, here's Sturge. Another shy to pile bodies forward, Rangers. And headed away by Moruga. Won't be as far as Perez. It's Daniel David. Got Sturge in on the act. Oh, that's good. Thomas has found himself in a host of space here. Can he pick out a good cross? Oh, that's a good dummy to Guerra. Chance opening up for Corbin, and well blocked in the end. They'll have another go. It's Corbin. Looking for options. Oh, that's good. Give and go with Guerra. Still manages to keep it with some fortune. And, well, Guerra, illegal means used against Atiba Charles. And he's saying that you got it wrong, assistant referee. But I think the assistant might have gotten it spot on.
I think he might run out of steam in the end because he's been very, very active here in this first half. Has a lot to offer to his team. And 3 goals scored already. He will be a very happy man and saying, well, what else can I do again? I'm an old man now. I'm not as young as I used to be. Here they go forward, Moruga.
Well, that's easy for Bryce.
Are they trying the high ball coming across to the goalkeeper because they feel that there might be some weakness in the air for the goalkeeper?
Yes, Thomas. Couldn't pick out Corbin's run. Yes, King. He's been one of the better players for Moruga this season. He's lost possession, and it's too long for Guerra. It's offside anyway.
Well, he send the straight ball through, hoping to keep the ball on the ground to find Tula Guerra for another opportunity at goal. And they are working the game out systematically to destroy this team because they don't have very much to offer after just about 39 minutes of football played.
Wow, there's no way that Atiba Charles was going to get that, and he's making his feelings known. Just an apology there from the man responsible for the errant pass. For just 5 minutes of regular time remaining in the first half. So 5 minutes that Moruga would want to forget. They find themselves trailing 4-1.
That's not a pretty picture for them at all. They didn't expect to be. Well, they know things have not been at their favor in this competition, but down 4-1 in the first half with 4 minutes to go. I don't think they really want to see. They'd be very happy when the whistle comes to signal the end of the first half.
But the last time these teams met, Terminix Rangers were 11-2 winners over Moruga FC. Of course, that result might still be fresh in the minds of some of these players. They freshened up their squad a bit, Moruga, since then, but results have not been much different. Yeah, more competitive than early in the season, as the manager, Eric Gibbs, was alluding to in the pre-game interview.
You know, when you see Guerra, when that ball comes forward in that attacking third, he finds himself in a position where he can be picked out and able to get something for his team. So Moruga will get a corner kick on the far side of the field.
Well, they can make something happen from this set piece.
They've been using the ball in the air to bring some pressure on this Rangers team, but the ball did not make the distance, win in the distance and also the height.
Easily cleared by Rangers defense. Dumped back in the area. So Tiba Charles gets involved. Bit of a slip, but they hold on to possession. Moruga looking for movement, and he swings it into the area and out of play.
Well, they're in a position now where they have to control the ball, use the ball a lot, get their players very much more involved, because they have fallen back a bit into a more defensive posture than want to attack and look for more goals. So they have to now not just hit the ball long down the field and hoping to get something. Use the ball as much as possible, get their players involved.
Here's Junior Asun. Keeps it in play, Jamal Francois. He's switched flanks. He's attacking from the left-hand side. Pass to Guerra is cut out. Yes, King. Heavy challenge from Ross Jr. And the referee's whistle sends him a warning.
Ross, a tall man, a big man. And man feels the hurt from what got transpired there with that contact.
Kyle Sylvester is the man on the ground, looking in considerable pain. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half. And, well, it's just a big boys challenge. Unfortunately, Sylvester did not appreciate it.
Still feeling the effects of it on the ground. A slight drizzle across the ground here, taking some of the fans out in the open to move for shelter.
But he might have wanted a sip of water, the man on the ground, but he's getting more than he bargained for as the showers start coming down.
A bucket full of water coming down.
Well, he could fill a tank with the amount of rain that we've seen.
hope he's kind enough to say thank you.
Well, I wonder what she's saying to her players at the moment.
Well, she's getting some position and some posture. It means that there are certain things that she's not seeing happening on the field, and she wants that to start happening. So the players could now be giving certainly a lot more than they are at this time. But the Rangers is a far superior team to this Moruga squad. And Moruga have tried. I think they started off pretty well, but just not able to have that consistency on the field of play. They don't have the legs that carry them the way it is.
I can tell you who's taking shelter at the moment.
The cameraman. Is it Kerry who's taking shelter there?
Well, everybody's taking shelter, including him.
Yes.
Looks like double shelter almost.
Yeah. And you have to
Interesting looking umbrella.
And you have to have guts to do that.
Oh, they're ready to resume. Rodney Young stands watch over this one. Oh, they're dry at the moment. Don't mind getting wet once the party starts, though. Well, this is well into the area, and King. Oh, you'd expect him to at least hit the target. Not this time.
Not the shot of a King there. He wasn't in control of that ball and wasn't able to really get an effective shot off to the goalkeeper. And Rangers survived that moment, because these people, when they get into the area and the ball is in the air, they seem very dangerous. 1 minute.
Just 1 minute will be added, Selwyn.
Yeah, 1 minute added on. They've been good free playing here in the first half. With
maybe a chance for more from Rangers. Only as far as Daniel David. Sturge.
He's been very much involved in the game here in this first half.
Maybe a chance here. Could open up. And, well headed away. Tiba Charles doing some defensive duty.
And the beautiful thing was that the ball was kept in play from that header.
Don't expect that much more will be added as this 1 minute comes to a close. But I told you about the headline act later this evening. Young brother sang a song about VIP. Tell you what, the fans have gotten a VIP performance from their home team, La Horquetta Rangers, so far. Here's Ross Jr. And,
his angle was not right, and he couldn't give you the finishing touch that he was hoping for. But what they did nicely was just using the ball, short passes within the area, and weren't able to capitalize on that moment that was there for them to put another one before the end of the first half.
Well, can't be much time remaining.
Seconds out.
Ross Jr. will try to maximize, though. He bumps forward, and that's a good challenge in the end. Will be a last corner, perhaps, of the first half. Certainly taking his time about it, though, as soon, and referee Cox sealing off of the first half. It's the first half that has brought joy to the home team and sorrow to the visitors, as that man, Atula Guerra, scored 3 goals to give his team a 4-1 lead over Moruga FC at halftime. We take a pause. We come back with first half highlights after this. Well, 45 minutes and we've seen 5 goals already, 4 of which to the home team, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, as they lead by 4 goals to 1.
And it's been a one-sided game, really.
Well, the fans certainly have had their belly full of action and they want more, lots more. Let's take a look back at some of what they saw in the first half. Early, Moruga did start quite sprightly in this contest, but Terminix Rangers always threatened. But against the run of play, it was the team from deep south. Whoa, and look at that.
Look back at that shot.
Fantastic goal coming off the boot of Tyrese Reefer, and he certainly enjoyed the moment. Moruga taking a 1-0 lead. But then La Horquetta responded. Francois, and couldn't get it past Moses, the goalkeeper, until that man stepped in. Atula Guerra scoring the equalizer. Game 1-0 at that stage.
Ball made some height, he just jumped up and rolled out the boot to the right.
And there was more from him. Sat on a platter and he gobbled up the opportunity as Terminix Rangers took a 2-1 advantage. But he wasn't done yet as the Guerra show continued. Asun, this time, creating the chance. And, well, he was most present as he checked that box, getting his hat-trick, taking him to 8 goals in the competition.
That guy's a predator.
Bit unfortunate for the goalkeeper. Quite fortunate for Guerra. And there was more goals for Rangers. This time Corbin to Emmanuel Thomas. And he made it 4-1. Nothing much the goalkeeper could do there. And 4-1. That's how it would remain at halftime as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers lead this contest against Moruga. Let's check out the numbers now. Selwyn Melville. And, well, 9 shots to 3 to Moruga. That paints a picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very, very small picture for Moruga. They were very much not involved in the game. They were being abused in this game. Yellow card, nothing like that. It was a clean game because they weren't really under any pressure. Rangers, Moruga always up against it. Offside 1, saves, there's 4 of them. Yeah, but 4-1 win, lead in this first half, money in the bank.
So 5 goals scored so far in the first half. Let's take a look back at last weekend, Saturday and Sunday in particular, as the Ascension bandwagon continued to roll. Match week 10, and well, AC Port of Spain took on Real Westport at the Arima Velodrome. And this game, both teams pretty evenly matched, but it's hardly a player on his level, Che Benny, as he forced an own goal from Akil Thomas. That was the opening goal of the match. 1-0 to AC Port of Spain. Benny always involved in the mix and, well, taking no prisoners. Westport on the opposite end. Yeah, he's asking question Gary Griffith Jr. creating a penalty that Karen Cummings converted. Match level. And then Josima Belgrave showing he's got the talent and the experience, the veteran. And look at this for skill. Yep, that's the son of the former commissioner. Later on though, chances were created, chances were missed. And then Cummings showing he's got all the class in the world. Made that look so easy. AC Port of Spain though would score goals. And well, whenever they score goals, his name is on the sheet, Che Benny. Hit the crossbar that time. Chance to increase it. But that's how the cookie would crumble. Moruga, they were in action as well against second place Defense Force. And this was always going to be a difficult one for them. Jamali Garcia put the Army men on the front foot early with the headed goal. And then later on, Rion Moore scored the 7th goal of the competition, the national striker. Took a tumble and the goalkeeper was sure not to fumble. Changes were made But no change was made to the result though, because this game was all in Defence Force's favour, even though both Swain missed some easy ones, but no missing this time as Shaquille Holder got in on the act, scoring goal number 3. Yellow cards were bandied about, and that's how it finished, 3-0. Police, third place, took on Central Soccer World, a match that Police FC were highly fancy to take, but it was David Maloney who turned the tables for Central Soccer World, getting the opening goal, shocking the lawmen. And then it was 2. Ryan Frederick scoring goal number 2. And if you thought that was a shocker, well, you'd have to wait for more shocks. Police did get a goal though, and no surprise, Rakim Kabi from a set piece. They threatened much in this competition from set pieces. That was the chance to equalize, and one that they would rue. And that's because Central Soccer World were ruthless. Moses Jaikaran making it 3-1. And then, well, free ride to the infirmary. And 3-1, it would finish in favor Central Soccer World. So the action continues under the lights of La Horquetta, with the light rainfall to back up. And well, more lights happening in the second half, as at halftime it's 4-1 in favor of Terminix Rangers. We take a break and come back.
Welcome back. We had a very interesting first half where the host team Rangers took absolute control of the first half and made Moruga pay the penalty for not coming with the kind of goods required to be in a game like this. 4-1 score at the end of the first half, 5 goals in the first half, and from the way things have gone so far on this wet evening here, the fans around there just having their moments.
Recognize that guy?
Share
the peanuts?
Nuts.
Nuts landing.
yeah.
Always a popular figure.
Yeah, so many years, and he's still a force in the business. And
well, I tell you what, Selwyn, look around.
Yeah, the fans are all over the place.
They're thick.
And that's a beautiful picture to have here, because they've been waiting to have this kind of action back on the sporting fields in Trinidad and Tobago, and football is doing that, and it's a beautiful feel to have, to see the fans moving about, enjoying the evening.
But I think the Ascension League has been a leader in terms of that, bringing the fans out to football matches following the pandemic. You spoke about it earlier, where you said that this is an opportunity for them to come out, and after many have been confined to their homes for several years, in fact, 2 years, in fact.
Many of them are losing their marbles because they feel cooped in, very little movement to go anywhere, to do anything.
You know that guy in the bottom corner of your screen there? Mike Grayson, remember him?
Yeah.
Former St. Augustine coach, former national youth coach.
Yeah,
everybody comes out.
Yeah.
They even got you to come out this evening.
Yeah, imagine that. I'm out in the open again.
Bringing everybody out.
Yeah, I've been locked inside, you know. I do my basketball and stay indoors. Do my martial arts, stay indoors. Do my... Oh, yes.
Well, Donald Maskell has had a tough time in a domestic Ascension coaching debut. The former T&T female midfielder.
Yes.
Certainly has a distinguished career as a player. Now making her steps in the international level. She was part of the national under-20 women's team as an assistant coach.
I mean, she's on the conditions here that are soft on the foot, and she has that bouncy walk, the horse on a derby day, you know, enjoying the atmosphere. Yeah, so.
Well, they're here. What do you think? To see the football or young brother? Back in your day, who was the top musical act?
My day? Are you trying to make me an old man?
You're a classic man. You're a classic man.
You've been in school, right?
Don't tell me Percy Sledge, though.
No, we're Commodores.
The Commodores. That was the top musical act in your time.
Mr. Barry White.
Oh.
You know, the best.
I wonder if they can still appeal to this crowd here.
Well, yeah, they've got it. That music goes anytime, anywhere.
These days it's Skilly Bang, Skeng, Young Brother.
Yeah.
You put a young in front of your name and you're an artist these days.
Talk to me.
Well, I tell you what, here comes the
players are coming back out.
More seasoned officials, led by referee Cox. And,
very serious.
I just wonder what the halftime talk would have been like. What do you assume the halftime talk would have been like for both these teams?
Well, Rangers would want to say, gentlemen, let's not go easy on this team. We have it, and we've beaten them the last time by 10 goals plus. So tonight, we expect the same. But Moruga will be saying, lightning not supposed to strike twice. And in this second half, we have to do something about what we saw in the first half. We cannot allow Rangers to do this to us all the time. And then to Arturo Guerra, he'll be saying, hey, look, you see what I'm doing? I'm getting out early, getting into position to score. So you serve me the ball. Serge, you're doing well. You're playing those long balls. I like what you're doing to me. And you're making me look really good this evening. So these are the kind of things they think. But I think the Moruga dressing room would not be the most friendly of dressing rooms. They would be very unhappy with what would have transpired tonight. And the coach would be going at the players and saying, this is not what we've trained to do. So don't do that here this evening. We've got a good crowd here. We have to entertain the crowd as well. So why are you all turning your backs on the game and letting them run this thing ragged and letting a man score 3 goals and getting easy touch practice goals we've seen here this evening from this match so far at Rangers.
Well, they've made some changes. Ronaldo Edwards, the midfielder, has come in for Moruga. Well, they certainly need to change things up.
Yeah.
Keely LaRoad is the player coming out.
He has a Ronaldo name, so that would give him some hope. He's coming to us here on the near side, on the left of the field.
And that man, your near screen, Arturo Guerra, he's been the star this evening. That has shone more brightly than anyone else. A hat-trick of goals. He has his team sailing at 4-1 as the second half action kicks off here in La Horquetta. Already they are on the attack to Kadeem Corbin, and he's won a corner for his team. Well, they've made changes as well, Terminix Rangers. I'll walk you through some of those changes in a few. Well, tell you what, Russ Russell Jr., the left back. He's been slotted into a midfield position. Certainly loves getting forward, and in a position where he can get forward. Tell you who came out in just a bit. Daniel David, Ross Jr. challenged heavily, but he still manages to keep it. So Jr., as soon as the player that came out, as the confirmation comes, Josiah Edwards, player coming in. And for Moruga, well, surprise, Rajon King, been one of their more influential players. He's not had a good evening so far, and he's been replaced by LeRode. The deck has been shuffled on both sides of the pack.
Well, it's more Moruga need to make the changes to build some beef up into their game. But things have gone far better for this team, the home team, and nothing should stop them from just continuing their road the way they did things in the first half.
I wonder if anything can stop this man from scoring, Atula Guerra. He's beaten that man 3 times already, and he has another opportunity now from a free kick. Here comes Guerra into the back of the wall. Managed to keep it to Jesus Perez. Swings it into the area. Good looking ball. Can't keep it in though. Daniel David.
It was tough to get to that ball, but it was a good idea.
Jamal Francois, in fact, was the player aimed at. And that's the unimpressed face of the spectators. Thought the ball perhaps could have been better. Jesus Perez. And, well, it'll be Moruga's throw. Well cut out, and illegally so, says the referee, as the heartbeat of the atmosphere here in La Horquetta gets going. Well, it's a rare chance for Moruga to venture forward, capable of goals. However, they've struggled in preventing them.
Yeah, because their defense has not been organized properly, and there are too many gaps in there, and as a result, they're paying the price.
Well, that one is allowed to run through to Corbin. He'll take his man for a run. It's well defended. Oh, cheeky. And, well, he gets the referee support. Tiba Charles came in as a substitute. But he's certainly been one of the more impactful players in the field for Moruga.
Tiba Charles played for W Connection in the Pro League.
There was namesake Tiba Charles, did play with W Connection, the defender.
Oh yes, yeah.
Also was a World Cup player as well.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he's named after a player of some quality.
That's good to go home with.
Well, here are the white shirts bombing forward now. Oh, that's good. And it's a foul, signaled quite belatedly. Had to do everything in his power to stop the run of Jamal Francois there. And, well, even used the dark arts, as they say.
He was tearing after that defense, wanted to get inside that area to do something right.
Yeah, Joshua Ragu employing some rugby tactics. Well, they lead by 4-1, but they've got all 11 players, well, all 10 players inside the Moruga area, Terminix Rangers. They're hungry. They want more goals.
They're falling behind from what transpired before when they played the earlier game.
Well, here's a chance. Couldn't find anybody in white. Jesus Perez keeps it alive. Bryce. Didn't get past Ross Jr. And it's Ross Jr.'s turn to use some of the dark arts. Not called up by Anchor Steve this time around, Ross Jr. Corbin. This is good. And a rampage going forward. Well cut out by Moruga. Try to launch an attack of their own, but they're throwing numbers forward. And this time that one straight just too far forward. Ronaldo Edwards is flagged as offside.
But in the attack there, when he was moved in the middle there, the mistake he made was he was running in the middle between two defenders who were closing in on him. And he had to change direction. Going straight would not have offered anything positive for Rangers.
This is good link-up play from Rangers. Maybe a chance for a shot. And, well saved in the end. And Miles Goodman, he has been solid. It's difficult to say that when you conceded 4, but he has done his job for the most part. Defense, on the other hand, it's a different story.
Were it not for his good saving, it would have been worse. That's the statement we have to use.
Well, they're going to send more mortars in the area. Terminix Rangers. Oh, that's a good one. And, well, Guerra thought himself he could get 4. But Miles Goodman stands firm.
That was a good header, but the goalkeeper didn't have any movement to make for that, to defend himself. He was right in front of him. So he said, thank you very much. Press doing a bit of booking there. With just about 54 minutes of football being played here. 4-1 to Rangers. And the rhythm section is very upbeat because things are in their favor.
He's got tons of space to exploit. Sturge joins the expedition going forward. And everybody's in there. This time it flies over the head of Goodman. Kept alive by Guerra. Corbin. And wow, Ross Jr. certainly had the power, not the accuracy.
How could you miss that?
So I guess that's the question he's going to be asking himself. Well, Kyle Sylvester has been a naughty boy and been appropriately punished by referee Cox. Away by Edwards. Moruga throw. Nice link up between Guerra and Daniel. That's a good turn from Corbin. Well, he's never shy and he knows exactly where X marks the spot into the back of the net. And you can't keep a good man down, they say. Certainly can't keep Corbin down. That's goal number 5 for Terminix Rangers as they lead by 5-1.
Yes, beautiful thing is that he got the ball, he turned beautifully with his back to the goal and then knocked it past the goalkeeper on his near side to his right. He had no chance of picking up that ball, and 5 goals are now on the list for Rangers.
Well, does a chef know how to cook? Well, Kadeem Corbin knows how to score. That's his expertise, and he's proving it again and again. Match week in, match week out. And Miles Goodman found that out the hard way. Well, I think he's just left a calling card on the doorsteps of Angus Eve. You want a goal scorer? Call me.
And the camp is turning to the goalkeeper and asking, you said your name is Goodman.
Well, must have heard that a lot tonight when he made a save. That's Goodman.
Yeah, like in a boxing match, right?
Perez. Battle his way with Sylvester. Has to be careful, he's on a yellow card. Won't want a card remotely matching the color of his t-shirt.
That's the only one so far for the night here in this game. And you wouldn't want to see a second one to his name.
Yes, Guerra. Oh, silky smooth, isn't he? Oh, sent his man dancing with the stars. Daniel David can't hit it, and that's a fantastic save. The best we've seen tonight. And again, Goodman from Goodman. Well, at least he has something to smile about.
Yeah, that was really good, man.
Well, I'm baffled that the referee has signaled a goal kick. I thought that he did get a touch. He knows something that the referee doesn't.
Yeah, he touched the ball. He certainly did.
I always felt robbed as a goalkeeper. I mean, a good save, and the referee pointed to a goal kick.
Shot again.
Did come off the crossbar as well.
That deserves another replay.
Do feel like if he did get a fingertip to that.
Yeah, he's very happy with that. One of the rare moments tonight when they say good man, he'd be very happy with that.
What do you prefer though? Taking a corner and your save being acknowledged, or not having the corner and not having to deal with that pressure?
I don't have to save.
You want to save?
No, I don't have to save.
You prefer not having to save?
Yeah, but in my days when we played, it wasn't about saving.
It's not a bad choice as well.
But attacking the goalkeeper.
Well, they saw a glimmer of hope as a corridor opened up. That was quickly closed by the Rangers defense. Well, they tiki-takaing their way out of the defense now. And in search of Corbin. But he's very good in these situations, Kadeem Corbin. And, well, not this time. He did dazzle for a few fleeting seconds.
He lacked the control of the ball at the time. He needed to have better control to get a perfect shot in. And that wasn't present there for him. And the goal became absent.
Was his weaker left foot as well. Here's another look. Yeah, that's a save. That's a save.
He did touch it. He got a touch on the ball.
Well, we acknowledge you, son.
And that's our play of the day.
Well, can his teammates reward him with something on the other end? Well, they're rewarded with the referee's whistle. Their protests have come to fruition. Atiba Charles winning that one.
Although the rain has been about, it's been a warm evening, you know, and you can see sweat dripping all over the place from these players, and you know that it's not been as easy for them as it seems out there.
Well, he's an attacker, but he will have to defend at the moment. Two-man wall used by Jabari Bryce. Or Sylvester.
Trying to get that ball to curl back into the goal.
Tries his luck, and there was none to be had. Maybe more from the ensuing throw.
There's about 30 minutes or so remaining in the game. 5-1 to Rangers.
Just an hour gone in this contest. Francis high, easy for Sturge to deal with. has been one-sided, but fans can't complain. They've seen lots of goals, 6 to be exact.
And they've seen
Moruga will get another shot to attack. Well, there we go, some familiar faces from the OCM group, Hot 93. Some colleagues of mine, Brandon Benoit, TV6 cameraman, Shelly Ann, Danielle, and, well, Raul. It's one of the marketing managers at Hot 93. Good friends of mine, good friends of everybody associated with the OCM brand.
And that's the call you got a while ago to tell you that we're up here in the tower.
Well, they've got a VIP seat, I tell you that. They're higher than us.
No, we're safe right here. It's good enough.
They've got cups in their hands, though. Where's our cup, Selwyn Melville? Not even.
Wow.
Well, he was about to cup himself a goal there, but the whistle of the referee interrupted Daniel David's aspirations. Contrasting faces.
I'm feeling the hurt here. As I look on one face.
What do you make of Moruga's approach in the second half?
Well, I see there's a lot of space in the field. They're trying to see how they can use the ball. And they've been doing a lot of work going down the left side of the field, hoping to make penetration there, but it's not working for them. And Rangers have got their number all covered. And they just have to just wait and do their time. Because you see now, Moruga still can't even hold on to the ball long enough to really make entry and create a disturbance within the Rangers half of the field.
You think they've improved from what we've seen in the first half?
Well, I don't see. It's kind of hard to say because they look certainly much better in the second half here, and Rangers may have well backed off just a bit, come off the pedal or whatsoever. The ball's gone outside, and they are not pressing the gas as they were in the first half of the game. So things are a little easier for Moruga than it was in the first.
Anybody's guess who he's supporting?
Well, I like the shirt. He looked like a soldier. Soldier boy. Oh, soldier man.
Well, that's the name of a popular artist these days. Soldier boy.
Yeah, that's in your alley, right?
And he's a popular man in La Horquetta at the moment, Tatula Guerra.
Yeah, very, very popular. And he's walking with a sense of authority on the field.
Well,
he's in control.
Jr. And his intentions snuffed out by the astute defending. Wow, I've seen moves like that. It usually involves the swimming pool, but he gets away with it, Caleb Sturge.
Charles strutting about the field. This team has been under absolute pressure.
More defending.
And 3 men are on Atula Guerra.
Well, he scored 3 goals. A defender for every goal.
Yeah, another goal.
Morris. Too long for anybody. It's a throw. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they're a team that have rotated quite often. He's been one of the regulars, Javon Morris, nephew of former strike squad captain Clayton Morris.
Yeah. He's a rounded player, well-rounded player. Yeah.
Oh, quite literally. Joel Leslie Russell usually partners him in central defense. Caleb Sturge has also been used there to Today he's partnered by Jesus Perez. Certainly a man not short on quality.
But,
He's a former national youth player, Caribbean Cup winner with Trinidad and Tobago. Francois. Thomas. Well, they get a second chance.
I mean, you see defensively what's happening is that Moruga is now massing in numbers back defensively because they realize they're going to plug some holes. 5 goals already in the back of the net, and they want to avoid that and look for the opportunity to get one extra to their name, just to leave here with a sense of pride.
And that's a good service. Can't get it wrong, Perez. Edwards. Daniel David sends Josiah Edwards on a sprint to the promised land. Oh, he's still going. And wow, that was desperate defending, but effective.
Well, like his effort that he made to go all the way down, and he kept good control of the ball on the inside, so he wasn't exposing the ball to the opposition too much. But his shot was blocked in the end, and I think that the work he had done there was tremendous in taking it to deep into their half to create a problem there.
Well, good evening if you just joined us from wherever you've joined us around the Caribbean or around the world. Good evening to all the folks streaming on our YouTube platform. Drop a flag in the comments, let us know where you're coming in from. And also all of the viewers on CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Good evening to you.
And you know, a lot of kudos has to go to Sportsmats for that Caribbean integration that is taking place here with the football. And many more of our footballers have been exposed to the Caribbean and the world, and that will only bear fruit for many of our young players as they continue to get that kind of exposure.
Well, just in case you're wondering what's the delay, well, as the police would say, there's a man down. And of course the players using the opportunity to get a bit of a rest in. Oh, there's Leslie Russell, and recognize that gentleman in the middle. That's the team owner. He's always actively involved in what's going on with his team. Goes by the name of Fergie. No relation, no, to the Manchester United Alex Ferguson.
Well, you know,
you might think differently, though.
Well, you might say, what are you talking about? You know who I am? I'm Fergie. And your pronunciation is getting better. Much better.
But he certainly has been the key man in the creation of this Ascension Tournament. Richard Ferguson.
He's a guy with ambition as well, to take the football to another level or elsewhere.
Well, the all clear has been given for play to continue. And Moruga will do some more defending. It's Thomas. Drop of the shoulder. And a shot. Trying to find Guerra. This could open up here. And, they're going to send it anywhere. But in front of their own goal. But he's a small guy, but he's not afraid to go into big challenges, isn't he, Emmanuel Thomas?
That's a good tackler has come in there to deny them the presence to have control of the ball. With Daniel getting support.
Edwards gets some space now. Step overs. Oh, he's still got a good cross in the area. Chance still opening for Daniel David. Oh, that's a fantastic save. There's no doubt that he got a hand to that one this time. Miles Goodman. Daniel David, he scored goals like that in the competition. not this time. He's made his match.
The guy gave everything he had to offer, and the buck stops here. He's trying to tell us here this evening. So there is something I have to offer. You haven't seen us yet, but I'm showing you what's remaining as we look at the minutes ticking away here in the final stage of this game.
Oh, what a save that was.
Got that left hand onto the ball.
Oh, and again, save. Guerra lumps it back in, and this time the easiest of the lot for Goodman. More. Oh, that's good. Very good run from Jamal. But unselfish, and Corbin couldn't get it on target. Very good. Oh, that's good. And again, I tell you what, he's not wearing a cape, but he's a superhero in Moruga at the moment. Miles Goodman.
He's stretching out. And
on the opposite end, looking to make a name for himself though, was Nigel John. Have to settle for a corner.
Yeah, the big man on him.
The confidence is certainly being given away in Moruga at the moment. From goalkeeper to attacker. Yeah, that's good. Good footwork, good hands.
What was on the ground, on the carpet, he stretched out and ensured that he was in touch with the ball and difficult for the penetration.
Chance from a corner. Bryce got the big paw on the cross ball, but they'll have to defend here. It's Guerra, 1v1. You won't like him in this position if you're a defender. Oh, that's good from Corbin. Open the lock, wide open here. And good defending in the end. Disappointing if you're a Rangers fan. So much promise on that play. Daniel David just couldn't convert. Here's Edwards. He's got some space, and Perez to run at. Maybe now. Can't get past the big imposing figure of Morris. And there's a man down, but play is allowed to continue. Rangers are taking full advantage. Corbin, Guerra for 4. Wow. Call that the post of Gibraltar. It's still in the way of Atula Guerra getting a beaver trick, and he's disappointed. He wanted that.
Atula looked like he practices very much to hit the ball when he's taking shots. But that was so precise. Players are feeling the heat down there, one man on the ground. Getting attention here. Guerra feeling the worst for wear. Yes, this is Guerra. Gets the ball on the right foot there. What a shot he would have sent off there. Right across to the upright in the V. Close between the feet.
But he's got some backup. The one time Goodman was not there to save the upright. Certainly lent him a helping hand, if you can really call it that. But I can tell you what, the folks on the live stream at the moment, they're enjoying all of the action. Good evening to you guys.
Players still being attended to on the field. 5-1 to Rangers. Fans
They've got the best seats in the house. That's the regular captain, Jamal Crichton, you just saw. Taking in the action in the white top. He's out of action tonight. He's with the technical analyst for Terminix Rangers. His name, of course, Anthony McCann. He was a former national hockey coach.
There's always something to do.
Multifaceted, isn't he?
Yeah, if you're not playing this evening.
There's Tommy Smurder, the popular announcer, the son of comedian Tommy Joseph.
Well, the trading things leave the mark on the surface anywhere you go.
Oh, here we go. Play has restarted. Oh, that's good from Corbin. And Goodman, it's better. Well, Corbin, he's been a tad unlucky. He's only gotten one, and that man is the reason for that.
He's bringing out the best of himself. Another shot taken down again.
Well, that's not the best shot we've seen from Guerra all evening.
But Goodman certainly enjoying Guerra having a tremendous evening. The fans are enjoying every moment here. Mr. Goodman.
Tyrone Charles out of action tonight, but he's enjoying the action from the sidelines. Former national winger, sometimes captain of the Terminix Rangers team. He's been rested this evening.
Mr. Ross.
Yes, David. And this time, not enough bend on it.
Roberto Carlos idea, but not working out.
Now his surname is David, Daniel David, but he's certainly a part of Goliath's army tonight. Look at that from Corbin, and look at that from Goodman.
Got his body in the way to ensure that they couldn't defeat him.
Must say I'm a big fan of that young man, Kadeem Corbin.
He's playing a good brand of football.
Well, here's another read from the white shirts and another save from Goodman. Good distribution as well. Could get his man away, but the flag has gone up. Did look promising.
Lost his momentum in going forward there.
Well, lots of space opening up here. Space they could take advantage of. Jamal Francois and Goodman. Wow. I tell you what, the police can employ him as a roadblock. He's effective at stopping things. And Jamal Francois found that out.
Well, he does it late in the afternoon and late in the evening.
Well, they're calling on reinforcements now. Terminix Rangers. Moruga will make some changes of their own, and Sylvester will be recalled.
Isaiah.
And in comes Darren Moore, and for Terminix Rangers, Isaiah Raymond is the player that has been summoned, and he has replaced Jamal Francois. Daniel David, it's the late drama. Oh, not this time. Ross Russell Jr. bang on target. And the defender who loves to score, well, he did what he loves. And this time, Goodman couldn't stop him. 6-1.
He came on in the second half, going into the midfield area. And he had been lurking in the area consistently. So there's no surprise there when he pulls one out of the hat and put it in the back of the net.
Well, Ross Russell Jr. adds insult to injury, and not even the man they're describing as prime Neuer, Miles Goodman, could do anything about that one. It was too powerful and on target. And more importantly, 6 goals for Terminix Rangers.
Goodman's asking, why me? Why are they doing this to me this evening? I came here as a good man with good intention.
Well, if anybody can keep their heads high, their chin up, certainly Miles Goodman. Daniel David was the architect, and Ross Jr. Well, he pulled the trigger. nothing any goalkeeper could do from that range when it's hit that hard.
Tall man Ross, big like his father.
Shuffling of the pack taking place, both teams making changes. The only change so far really has been the scoreline. Terminix Rangers adding to the already impressive total. Maybe Atiba Charles can add some for his team. Or he's taken Perez to the cleaners, or has he? That's good defending.
Well, he took a very tight area to work his play, and there wasn't very much room there for him to do anything. So he had a defender who was always bearing down and making sure that he doesn't get that freedom.
Oh, they're ruthless at the moment. Terminix Rangers. Well, that's a good turn. Raymond gets involved. In fact, Daniel David. It's Edwards. Looking for Guerra, too long. Kadeem Corbin. Seems to be everywhere, Kadeem Corbin. Chance to be provider. Well cut out. It's Corbin to Guerra. Maybe 4. It is 4. A beaver trick for Atola. Guerra. Well, scored 3 in the first half, and he's huffed and puffed, and finally he's blown the door down. 7-1 to Terminix Rangers, and well, the writing has been ingrained in the wall as Moruga, their ship has sunken.
Moruga has good sea, and close to Venezuela, a lot of sea activities take place, so the ship is not sinking, it's just under pressure.
Well, the connection better than any telecommunication provider, and when he connects, well, that's what happens, man.
He straightens up and gets taller and gets it, an non-kicking foot was well placed, and when he swung it, he hit right, and he got another goal.
4 goals for Tula Guerra, and that puts him level in second position on the goal scorers chart, and to think he's missed quite a few games due to injury. It's impressive. He's now tied with Kevon Showtime Woodley. Just Jamil Boatswain of the defense force lies above him with 10 goals in the competition. Oh, that's clever. That's very clever. And well, you feel like it deserved more, but not this time. Good time to take a look at our Sportsmax app moment, you think? Oh, he wants no more.
Well, a man could be defeated in many ways, you know.
And yeah, that was very good. Deserved more, but Javon Morris, ruthless and resolute in his defending. He says
guy.
no. Well, our Sportsmax app moment, and tell you what, it's a win for Moruga, or in particular, Miles Goodman. There we go. As good as they come, and for a team that has not had much positives in this match, well, he's positive, and I'm positive that he's our Sportsmax app moment.
And that's something they'll take home this evening. And a good man would go home and probably have a good sleep tonight, because despite the fact.
And well, without a doubt, that man in your picture has to be the man of the match, Tula Guerra. 4 goals tonight. Puts him in second position, tied with Kevon Showtime Woodley in the goal scoring chart. And I just feel that even at age 34, when Tula Guerra is at his best, he hardly has any equals.
He has that sense of authority he moves with. He's a big man, tall, and he stretches himself well, his legs are extended well, and he executes beautifully.
Was one of the stars at New Carapo Senior Comprehensive, a school that certainly has churned out lots of footballing stars. You think of Cornell Glenn, think of Kaleem Highland, Atula Guerra, Kevin Molino, and well, Guerra's always been on par with most of those names called. And look here now, oh, that was chance for 5, and yeah. Well, for a man who's scored 4, you can't fault him for missing 1.
Missing number 5. But a real goal scorer is angry with himself for missing at any time.
Daniel David, Guerra, Edwards, space. He's going to ground, but he's kept his footing eventually. Chance to get one across, and Goodman. No surprise he gets in the way. Sturge. Thomas loses his footing. Well, they can't touch it. As the white shirts continue to hog the ball, playing piggy in the middle. That's a good turn from Rush Jr. Oh, and make that about 12 passes. And well, they're going to keep it. More passes. Edwards. Is there an end product? Not this time. It's a corner though. Oh, he's protesting. Well, from one Russell to another, that's a father.
And the man is deep in concentration.
And there's the son. And well, I tell you what, it's a joyful spirit. Father, son, and spirit.
And with the look on his face, he's concerned about the goalkeeping that is taking place here tonight. He's seen some very athletic stuff from Mr. Goodman. And then now his son has joined in the party of crashing the nets here this evening in La Horquetta. And no surprise if Moruga players have been on the deck a lot this evening. Cramps, but the pressure that they've been under this evening is understood that things like this can happen on a night when everything is bearing down on you.
Well, maybe there could be room for more. And Guerra, well, sent that one over the top. You take a deflection, it's a corner.
You have a horrible appetite. Your demand for goals is extreme this evening.
Still got work to do.
Just about 2 minutes or so remaining in the game.
Oh, that's too easy from Corbin. And, well, Edwards couldn't find his coordinates. Well, we are inside the final minute of the match, and there's a change for Moruga FC. And it's their youngest player that will take the field, Jamali Barclay, 16 years old. Young man, but Coach Dino Maskell using the opportunity to give him some minutes.
I'd be saying, so because things have gone awry, you sent me out when there's no need for me to make an impression in the game.
It's all about experience for the young man.
Moruga might just be seeking one last dance.
Well, they've got to keep ball first. Well, they've kept it. Kadeem Corbin, don't want to be in a foot race with him. Oh, that's a good pass. That sets Daniel David free. He thought about a shot for a second. Edwards. It's Corbin. Guerra! And oh, wow. They both climbed onto the bicycle and couldn't connect, but the connection has been made with the fans as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers have given them exactly what they came to see. 4 goals from Atula Guerra, 1 from Kadeem Corbin, and a host of others as they take a comprehensive 7-1 victory over Moruga FC. Your thoughts on the match?
Yes, tremendous game for Rangers. They have had a tremendous time here. They came out meaning business. Moruga started off pretty decent, and they were hoping that they could have done something more respectful tonight. Their reputation in the competition has not been good, and the numbers have been scored against them in a big way. So we're going to look at highlights of this game, the way things would have gone on, and early stage, here's a chance there for them. Shot was taken, and the goalkeeper couldn't handle that one early stage, and it shocked everyone with that one. Rangers in control. Guerra, that was a beautiful shot on the right foot. So he gets one in the back of the net. An evening when he just buried goals in style, and they continue to pressure again. Another goal in the back of the net for Rangers. Goodman under pressure. Tula Guerra said thank you very much. Put another one in. Right then inside that attacking third, they maintained that presence. It was always Rangers were just doing what they want here this evening. And nice tap into the back of the net. The action continued. The first half has been a beautiful one for them here. The tackle coming in. And the referee shows one of the rare yellow cards for this evening. And Goodman was a pride for his team, but in the process, there were too many holes in the back of the net for him. And he had problems maintaining his composure in the game. But he as the goals continue to score, and here 7 goals in the evening, this one to the roof of the net. This guy has been such a gem here this evening, Arturo Guerra. Known name throughout the history of the game here in Trinidad and Tobago, the young players. And boom, another goal. Guerra woken up as a hero here tonight, making a big impact on the game. And Rangers celebrating here at that. So they start the shots 5. You had 28 Rangers and Moruga just 5. 21 shots on target for Moruga. For fouls were 5, 6 for Rangers and 4 for Moruga. The yellow card, just 1. And it's a good clean game, I would tell you, despite the fact. And red card, no. Offside, just 1. Corners, just 1. A little bit of that, but there were a lot of goals to think about and no room for corners. Saves, there were 14 for Moruga and 2 for Rangers. So now that we have that, we're going to go downstairs to Tula Guerra, who had such a tremendous game, a chance to hear from him and what he felt in this game. So James, it's all to you downstairs.
Well, thank you so much, Selwyn. I'm here with one of my favorite players. I always say when he's in top form, there's no equal, and there's certainly no equal for Tula Guerra tonight. You're a man of the match. How does that feel?
Just, happy to get 3 points. Most important tonight was important for us to come out and get a good showing and get 3 points. That was most important for me.
Did your performance send a signal to fans that you're back, you're in action? You missed quite a couple of games, but you've moved tonight into second position in the goal scoring standings with your 4 goals.
Well, for me, basically, we was just trying to go out there and give the best foot forward and get 3 points tonight. But for my performance, I was happy with it, but I still want to work harder and improve in my game and just keep going forward.
Any chance that we could possibly still see the ambition of Tula Guerra representing the national team again?
Always, it's always that desire and that hunger. Once I play, it's always a pleasure to be there again, but my focus right now is to win trophies for La Horquetta Rangers and most important, to win the tournament.
Well, thank you very much, Tula Guerra.
Appreciate it.
Let's now bring in the coach, the manager of Moruga FC, Mr. Eric Gill. Was a tough outing for your team tonight, and but you're still here. You still got a smile on your face. What do you make of the performance? And what do you think? How do you feel?
Well, first of all, I would like to say congratulations to La Horquetta Rangers for another, well-executed game. I'm proud of my guys. They came out tonight and we left everything on the field. The conditions were heavy, but they gave it their all. And incrementally, my team is improving. And we have gotten past the two big guns. So everybody else coming behind, look out. Moruga is here.
What do you feel you can still do with your team moving forward?
Well, we have some personnel changes to make still. We have to get the mix right. Once we select the right combinations on the night, I think we will be in with it.
Well, thank you very much, Eric Lewis, for chatting with us.
No problem. Pleasure is mine.
All right, let me invite Fergie. I like calling him by that name, Fergie. He's wearing that on his back at the moment. He is the owner of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, and he's a very proud man tonight because he saw your team win 7-1 and take a firm lead atop the standings tonight.
Well, I think Moruga played an excellent game. As you can see, they really fought hard. They fought, every inch. They gave away nothing. And, they fought for the whole 90 minutes, which is excellent. In addition to that, it's always heartwarming to see a team improve over the period of the league. And, that's what we're trying to see. We're trying to play better football. And, Moruga is definitely on the upswing, and they're playing well.
Atula Guerra was brilliant tonight, a masterclass from him, 4 goals.
Of course, he's a leader in the team. He brings a lot of experience and a lot of skill. And, because of his dribbling ability, a lot of players, they drop off. And when they drop off, he's able to create for other players and shoot and score and so on. So he is really excellent. And he is a real leader in the team. And it's just fantastic for us to have him.
Well, thank you very much, Manage, and you can celebrate with your boys tonight.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you so much. All right, let's take a look now at our Campari Player of the Week for match week 10. And it is the man they call Ball Pest. You wonder why they call him Ball Pest? Well, he's a pest to opposition defenses. And it goes to Kieran Cummings for his 2-goal performance. Real Westport against AC Port of Spain. Certainly stood up, scoring a penalty earlier on. And then, you call him Mr. Cool because he's cool in front of goal, and that's his second. A performance that got his team the win and earns him our Campari Player of the Match. $500 courtesy Campari. Big smiles from Kieran Cummings. The man has scored 2 international goals, all coming against Mexico. Big smiles from him. All right, let's look ahead now as we check out this weekend's matches. Westport, Kieran Cummings will be in action against Central FC. That's at the Arima Velodrome tomorrow. And then after that, Central Soccer World, they got a win last week, and they'll be looking for another against AC Port of Spain and Che Benny. That's also at the Arima Velodrome. On Sunday, we move to the Police Barracks, where Police would look to rebound from their defeat in their last match as they take on Cunupia FC. So that's how it stands, and that's what we look forward to. Ascension football action full-time here, though, in Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. In fact, in La Horquetta Recreation Ground, it's Terminix La Horquetta Rangers 7, Moruga FC 1. It's time for the party to begin. This is on behalf of our entire crew here at Sportsmax. We certainly enjoyed bringing all the action to you here, and it is time where we must bid you farewell as we join the party here in La Horquetta. Until next week. Goodbye for now. Catch you later.